Chapter 26 of The Eyes of the World by Harold Bell Wright. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 26. I Want You Just As You Are. The evening of that day after their return from the mountains, when Conrad Lagrange had found Aaron King so absorbed in his mother's letters, the artist continued in his silent, preoccupied mood. The next morning, it was the same. Refusing every attempt of his friend to engage him in conversation, he answered only with absent-minded monosyllables, until the novelist, declaring that the painter was fit company for neither beast nor man, left him alone and went off somewhere with Czar. The artist spent the greater part of the forenoon in his studio, doing nothing of importance. That is, to a casual observer, he would have seemed to be doing nothing of importance. He did, however, place his picture of the spring glade beside the portrait of Mrs. Taine, and then, for an hour or more, sat considering the two paintings. Then he turned the Quaker Maid again to the wall and fixed a fresh canvas in place on the easel. That was all. Immediately after their midday lunch, he returned to the studio, hurriedly, as if to work. He arranged his palette, paints, and brushes ready to his hand, indeed, but he then did nothing with them. Listlessly, without interest, he turned through his portfolios of sketches. Often, he looked away through the big north window to the distant mountain tops. Often, he seemed to be listening. He was sitting before the easel, staring at the blank canvas, when, clear and sweet, from the depths of the orange grove, came the pure tones of Sibyl Andrés' violin. So soft and low was the music, at first, that the artist almost doubted that it was real, thinking, as he had thought that day when Sibyl came singing to the glade, that it was his fancy tricking him. When he and Conrad Lagrange left the mountains 3 days before, the girl and her companion had not expected to return to Fairlands for at least 2 weeks. But there was no mistaking that music of the hills. As the tones grew louder and more insistent, with a ringing note of gladness, he knew that the mountain girl was announcing her arrival and, in the language she loved best, was greeting her friends. But so strangely selfish is the heart of man that Aaron King gave the novelist no share in their neighbor's musical greeting. He received the message as if it were to himself alone. As he listened, his eyes brightened. He stood erect, his face turned upward toward the mountain peaks in the distance. His lips curved in a slow smile. He fancied that he could see the girl's winsome face lighted with merriment as she played, knowing his surprise. Once he started impulsively toward the door, but paused, hesitating, and turned back. When the music ceased, he went to the open window that looked out into the rose garden, and watched expectantly. Presently, he heard her low-voiced song as she came through the orange grove beyond the Ragged Robin hedge. Then he glimpsed her white dress at the little gate in the corner. Then she stood in full view. The artist had, so far, seen Sibyl only in her mountain costume of soft brown, made for rough contact with rocks and underbrush, with felt hat to match, and high laced boots fit for climbing. She was dressed, now, as Conrad Lagrange had seen her that first time in the garden, when he was hiding from Louise Taine. The man at the window drew back a little, with a low exclamation of pleased surprise and wonder. Was that lovely creature there among the roses, his girl comrade of the hills? The Sibyl Andrés he had known, in the short skirt and high boots of her mountain garb, was a winsome, fanciful, sometimes serious, sometimes wayward maiden. This Sibyl Andrés, gowned in clinging white, was a slender, gracefully tall, and beautifully developed woman. Slowly, she came toward the studio end of the garden, pausing here and there to bend over the flowers as though in loving, tender greeting, singing the while her low-voiced melody, unafraid of the sunshine that enveloped her in a golden flood, undisturbed by the careless fingers of the wind that caressed her hair. A girl of the clean out of doors, she belonged among the roses, even as she had been at home among the pines and oaks of the mountains. The artist, fascinated by the lovely scene, stood as though fearing to move, lest the vision vanish. Then, looking up, she saw him, and stretched out her hands in a gesture of greeting, with a laugh of pleasure. "Don't move, don't move," he called impulsively. "Hold the pose, please hold it. I want you just as you are." The girl, amused at his tragic earnestness and at the manner of his welcome, understood that the zeal of the artist had brushed aside the polite formalities of the man; and, as unaffectedly natural as she did everything, gave herself to his mood. Dragging his easel with the blank canvas upon it across the studio, he cried out again, "Don't move, please don't move," and began working. He was as one beside himself, so wholly absorbed was he in translating into the terms of color and line the loveliness, purity, and truth that was expressed by the personality of the girl as she stood among the flowers. "If I can get it, if I can only get it," he exclaimed again and again, with a kind of savage earnestness as he worked. All his years of careful training, all his studiously acquired skill, all his mastery of the mechanics of his craft came to him now without conscious effort, obedient to his purpose. Here was no thoughtful straining to remember the laws of composition and perspective and harmony. Here was no skillful evading of the truth he saw. So freely, so surely he worked, he scarcely knew he painted. Forgetting self, as he was unconscious of his technique, he worked as the birds sing, as the bees toil, as the deer runs. Under his hand, his picture grew and blossomed as the roses themselves, among which the beautiful girl stood. Day after day, at that same hour, Sibyl Andrés came singing through the orange grove, to stand in the golden sunlight among the roses, with hands outstretched in greeting. Every day, Aaron King waited her coming, sitting before his easel, palette and brush in hand. Every day, he worked as he had worked that first day, with no thought for anything save for his picture. In the mornings, he walked with Conrad Lagrange, or, sometimes, worked with Sibyl in the garden. Often, in the evening, the two men would visit the little house next door. Occasionally, the girl and the woman with the disfigured face would come to sit for a while on the front porch with their friends. Thus, the neighborly friendship that began in the hills was continued in the orange groves. The comradeship between the two young people grew stronger, hour by hour, as the painter worked at his easel to express with canvas and color and brush the spirit of the girl whose character and life was so unmarred by the world. All through these days, when he was so absorbed in his work that he often failed to reply when she spoke to him, the girl manifested a helpful understanding of his mood that caused the painter to marvel. She seemed to know instinctively when he was baffled or perplexed by the annoying devils of can't get at it that so delight to torment artist folk, just as she knew and rejoiced when the imps were routed and the soul of the man exulted with the sureness and freedom of his hand. He asked her once, when they had finished for the day, how it was that she knew so well how the work was progressing when she could not see the picture. She laughed merrily. "But I can see you. And I" she hesitated with that trick that he was learning so well of searching for a word "I just feel what you are feeling. I suppose it's because my music is that way. Sometimes it simply won't come right at all, and I feel as though I never could do it. Then again, it seems to do itself, and I listen and wonder, just as if I had nothing to do with it." So that day came when the artist, drawing slowly back from his easel, stood so long gazing at his picture, without touching it, the girl called to him, "What's the matter? Won't it come right?" Slowly, he laid aside his palette and brushes. Standing at the open window, he looked at her, smiling but silent, as she held the pose. For an instant, she did not understand. "Am I not right?" she asked anxiously. Then, before he could answer, "Oh, have you finished? Is it all done?" Still smiling, he answered almost sadly, "I have done all that I can do. Come." A moment later, she stood in the studio door. Seeing her hesitate, he said again, "Come." I'm afraid to look," she faltered. He laughed. "Really, I don't think it's quite so bad as that." "Oh, but I don't mean that I'm afraid it's bad. It isn't." The painter watched her, a queer expression on his face, as he returned curiously, "And how, pray tell, do you know it isn't bad, when you have never seen it? It's quite the thing, I'll admit, for critics to praise or condemn without so much knowledge of the work, but I didn't expect you to be so modern." "You are making fun of me," she laughed. "But I don't care. I know your work is good, because I know how and why you did it. You painted it just as you painted the spring glade, didn't you?" "Yes," he said soberly. "I did. But why are you afraid?"
"Why, that's the reason. I'm afraid to see myself as you see me."
The man's voice was gentle with feeling, as he answered seriously,
"Miss Andrés,
"You, of all the people I have ever known,
have the least cause to fear to look at your portrait for that reason. Come."
Slowly, she went forward to stand by his side before the picture. For some time, she looked at the beautiful work into which Aaron King had put the best of himself and of his genius. At last, turning full upon him, her eyes blue and shining, she said in a low tone,
"Oh, Mr. King, it is too beautiful. It is so beautiful it hurts. She seems to" she searched for the word "to belong to the roses, doesn't she? It makes you feel just as the rose garden makes you feel."
He laughed with pleasure. "What a child of nature you are!"
"You have forgotten that it is a portrait of yourself, haven't you?"
She laughed with him.
"I had forgotten. It's so lovely."
Then she added wistfully,
Am I really like that? Just a little?"
"No," he answered. "But that is just a little a very little like you." She looked at him half doubtfully, sincerely unmindful of the compliment in her consideration of its truth. Shaking her head with a serious smile, she returned slowly,
"I wish that I could be sure you are not mistaken."
"You will permit me to exhibit the picture, will you?" he asked.
"Why, yes, of course. You made it for people to see, didn't you? I don't believe any one could look at it seriously without having good thoughts, could they?"
"I'm sure they could not," he answered. "But, you see, it's a portrait of you, and I thought you might not care for the he finished with a smile,
"Shall I say fame? Oh, I did not think that you would tell any one that I had anything to do with it. Is it necessary that my name should be mentioned?"
"Not exactly necessary," he admitted. "But few women these days would miss the opportunity." She shook her head with a positive air.
"No, no, you must exhibit it as a picture not as a portrait of me. The portrait part is of no importance. It is what you have made your picture say that will do good."
"And what have I made it say?" he asked, curiously pleased.
"Why, it says that a woman should be beautiful as the roses are beautiful without thinking too much about it, you know just as a man should be strong without thinking too much about his strength, I mean."
"Yes," he agreed, "it says that. But I want you to know that, whatever title it is exhibited under, it will always be, to me, a portrait the truest I have ever painted." She flushed with genuine pleasure as she said brightly,
"I like you for that. And now let's try it on Conrad Lagrange and Myra Willard. You get him, and I'll run and bring her. Mind you don't let Mr. Lagrange in until I get back. I want to watch him when he first sees it."
When the artist found Conrad Lagrange, and told him that the picture was finished, the novelist, without comment, turned his attention to Czar. The painter, with an amused smile, asked, "Won't you come for a look at it, old man?" The other returned gruffly, "Thanks, but I don't think I care to risk it." The artist laughed. "But Miss Andrés wants you to come. She sent me to fetch you." Conrad Lagrange turned his peculiar, baffling eyes upon the young man. "Does she like it?"
"She seems to."
"If she seems to, she does," retorted the other, rising. "And that's different." When the novelist, with his three friends, stood before the easel, he was silent for so long that the girl said anxiously,
I thought you would like it, Mr. Lagrange."
They saw the strange man's eyes fill with tears as he answered, in the gentle tones that always marked his words to her,
"Like it? My dear child, how could I help liking it? It is you you."
To the artist, he added, "It is great work, my boy, great. I wish your mother could have seen it. It is like her as I knew her. You have done well." He turned, with gentle courtesy, to Myra Willard. "And you, what is your verdict, Miss Willard?" With her arm around the beautiful original of the portrait, the woman with the disfigured face answered, "I think, sir, that I, better than any one in all the world, know how good, how true it is." Conrad Lagrange spoke again to the artist, inquiringly, "You will exhibit it?" "Miss Andrés says that I may, but not as a portrait."
The novelist could not conceal his pleasure at the answer. Presently he said, "If it is not to be shown as a portrait, may I suggest the title?" "I was hoping you would," exclaimed the painter. "And so was I," cried Sibyl with delight. "What is it, Mr. Lagrange?" "Let it be exhibited as 'The Spirit of Nature, a Portrait,'" answered Conrad Lagrange. As the novelist finished speaking, Yee Kee appeared in the doorway. "Dey come big automobile whole lot people Missy Taine, Misty Lutlidge sick man whole lot I come tell you." The artist spoke quickly. "Stop them in the house, Kee. I'll be right in," and the Chinaman vanished. At Yee Kee's announcement, Myra Willard's face went white, and she gave a low cry. "Never mind, dear," said the girl soothingly. "We can slip away through the garden. Come." When Sibyl and the woman with the disfigured face were gone, Conrad Lagrange and Aaron King looked at each other questioningly. Then the novelist said harshly, pointing to the picture on the easel, "You're not going to let that flock of buzzards feed on this, are you? I'll murder some one, sure as hell, if you do." "I don't think I could stand it myself," said the artist, laughing grimly, as he drew the velvet curtain to hide the portrait. Chapter 26. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com.
Chapter 27 of The Eyes of the World by Harold Bell Wright. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 27. The Answer. When Aaron King and Conrad Lagrange entered the house to meet their callers from Fairlands Heights, the artist felt, oddly, that he was meeting a company of strangers. The carefully hidden, yet, to him, subtly revealed warmth of Mrs. Taine's greeting embarrassed him with a momentary sense of shame. The frothing gush of Louise's inane ejaculations, and the coughing, choking, cursing of Mr. Taine, whose feeble grip upon the flesh that had so betrayed him was by now so far loose that he could scarcely walk alone, set the painter struggling for words that would mean nothing the only words that, under the circumstances, could serve. Aaron King was somewhat out of practice in the use of meaningless words, and the art of talking without saying anything is an art that requires constant exercise if one would not commit serious technical blunders. James Rutlidge's greeting was insolently familiar as a man of certain mind greets, in public, a boon companion of his private and unmentionable adventures. Toward the great critic, the painter exercised a cool self-restraint that was at least commendable. While Aaron King, with James Rutlidge and Mr. Taine, with carefully assumed interest, was listening to Louise's effort to make a jumble of oohs and ahs and artistic sighs sound like a description of a sunset in the mountains, Mrs. Taine said quietly to Conrad Lagrange, "You certainly have taken excellent care of your protege this summer. He looks splendidly fit." The novelist, watching the woman whose eyes, as she spoke, were upon the artist, answered, "You are pleased to flatter me, Mrs. Taine." She turned to him with a knowing smile. "Perhaps I am giving you more credit than is due. I understand Mr. King has not been in your care altogether. Shame on you, Mr. Lagrange, for a man of your age and experience, to permit your charge to roam all over the country, alone and unprotected, with a picturesque mountain girl and that after your warning to poor me." Conrad Lagrange smiled grimly. "I confess I thought of you in that connection several times." She eyed him doubtfully. "Oh, well," she said easily, "I suppose artists must amuse themselves occasionally the same as the rest of us." "I don't think that 'amuse' is exactly the word, Mrs. Taine," the other returned coldly. "No? Surely you don't mean to tell me that it is anything serious?" "I don't mean to tell you anything about it," he retorted rather sharply. She laughed. "You don't need to. Jim has already told me quite enough. Mr. King himself will tell me more." "Not unless he's a bigger fool than I think," growled the novelist. Again she laughed into his face mockingly. "You men are all more or less foolish when there's a woman in the case, aren't you?" To which the other answered tartly, "If we were not, there would be no woman in the case." As Conrad Lagrange spoke, Louise, exhausted by her efforts to achieve that sunset in the mountains with her limited supply of adjectives, floundered hopelessly in the expressive silence of clasped hands and heaving breasts and ecstatically upturned eyes. The artist, seizing the opportunity with the cunning of desperation,
turned to Mrs. Taine with some inane remark about the summers in California. Whatever it was that he said, Mrs. Taine agreed with him heartily, adding, "And you, I suppose, have been making good use of your time? Or have you been simply storing up material and energy for this winter?" This brought Louise out of the depths of that sunset with a flop. She was so sure that Mr. King had some inexpressibly wonderful work to show them. Couldn't they go at once to the equally inexpressibly beautiful studio, to see the inexpressibly lovely pictures that she was so inexpressibly sure he had been painting in the inexpressibly grand and beautiful and wonderfully lovely mountains? The painter assured them that he had no work for them to see, and Louise floundered again into the depths of inexpressible disappointment and despair. Nevertheless, a few minutes later, Aaron King found himself in his studio, alone with Mrs. Taine. He could not have told exactly how she managed it, or why. Perhaps, in sheer pity, she had rescued him from the floods of Louise's appreciation. Perhaps she had some other reasons. There had been something said about her right to see her own picture, and then, there they were, with the others safely barred from intruding upon the premises sacred to art. When there was no longer need to fear the eyes of the world, Mrs. Taine was at no pains to hide the warmth of her feeling. With little reserve, she confessed herself in every look and tone and movement. "Are you really glad to see me, I wonder?" she said invitingly. "All this summer, while I have been forced to endure the company of all sorts of stupid people, I have been thinking of you and your work. And you see, I have come to you, the first possible moment after my return home." The man, being a man, could not remain wholly insensible to the alluring physical beauty of the splendid creature who stood so temptingly before him, but, to the honor of his kind, he could and did remain master of himself. The woman, true to her life training, as James Rutlidge had been true to his schooling when he approached Sibyl Andrés in the mountains, construed the artist's manner not as a splendid self control, but as a careful policy. To her and her kind, the great issues of life are governed, not at all by principle, but by policy. It is not at all what one is or what one may accomplish that matters. It is wholly what one may skillfully appear to be, and what one may skillfully provoke the world to say, that is of vital importance. Turning from the painter to the easel, as if to find in his portrait of her the fuller expression of that which she believed he dared not yet put into words, she was about to draw aside the curtain, when Aaron King checked her quickly with a smile that robbed his words of any rudeness. "Please don't touch that, Mrs. Taine. I am not ready to show it." As she turned from the easel to face him, he took her portrait from where it rested, face to the wall, and placed it upon another easel, saying, "Here is your picture." With the painting before her, she talked eagerly of her plans for the artist's future; how the picture was to be exhibited; and how, because it was her portrait, it would be praised and talked about by her friends who were leaders in the art circles. Frankly, she spoke of pull and influence and scheme; of working this and that paper for write ups; of handling this or that critic and writer; of reaching the committees; of introducing the painter into the proper inside cliques and clans; and of clever advertising stunts that would make him the most popular portrait painter of his day, insuring thus his, as she called it, fame. The man who had painted the picture of the spring glade, and who had so faithfully portrayed the truth and beauty of Sibyl Andrés as she stood among the roses, listened to this woman's plans for making his portrait of herself famous with a feeling of embarrassment and shame. "Do you really think that the work merits such prominence as you say will be given it?" he asked doubtfully. She laughed knowingly. "Just wait until Jim Rutlidge's write up appears, and all the others follow his lead, and you'll see. The picture is clever enough. You know it as well as I. It is beautiful. It is everything that we women want in a portrait. I really don't know much about what you painters call art, but I know that when Jim and our friends get through with it, your picture will have every mark of a great masterpiece, and that you will be on the topmost wave of success." "And then what?" he asked. Again, she interpreted his words in the light of her own thoughts, and with little attempt to veil the fire that burned in her eyes, answered, "And then, I hope that you will not forget me." For a moment, he returned her look. Then a feeling of disgust and shame for her swept over him, and he again turned away to stand gazing moodily out of the window that looked into the rose garden. "You seem to be disturbed and worried," she said in a tone that implied a complete understanding of his mood, and a tacit acceptance of the things that he would say if it were not for the world. He laughed shortly. "I fear you will think me ungrateful for your kindness. Believe me, I am not." "I know you are not," she returned. "But don't think that you had better confess, just the same?" He answered wonderingly. "Confess?" "Yes." She shook her finger at him in playful severity. "Oh, I know what you have been up to all summer. Running wild with your mountain girl. Really, you ought to be more discreet." Aaron King's face burned as he stammered something about not knowing what she meant. She laughed gaily. "There, there, never mind. I forgive you, now that you are safely back in civilization again. I know you artists, and how you must have your periods of relaxation, with rather more liberties than the common herd. Just so you be careful that the world doesn't know too much." At this frank revelation of her mind, the man stood amazed. For the construction she put upon his relation with the girl, whose pure and gentle comradeship had led to greater heights in his art than he had ever before attained, he could have driven this woman from the studio he felt that she profaned. But what could he say? He remembered Conrad Lagrange's counsel when James Rutlidge had seen the girl at their camp. What could he say that would not injure Sibyl Andrés? To cover his embarrassment, he forced a laugh and answered lightly, "Really, I am not good at confessions." "Nor I at playing the part of confessor," she laughed with him. "But, just the same, you might tell me what you think of yourself. Aren't you just a little ashamed?" The artist had moved to a position in front of her portrait, and as he looked upon the painted lie, his answer came. "Rather let me tell you what I think of you, Mrs. Taine. And let me tell you in the language I know best. Let me put my answer to your charges here." He touched her portrait. Almost, his reply was worthy of Conrad Lagrange himself. "I don't quite understand," she said, a trifle put out by the turn his answer had taken. "I mean," he explained eagerly, "that I want to repaint your portrait. You remember I wrote, when I returned Mr. Taine's generous check, that I was not altogether satisfied with it. Give me another chance." "You mean for me to come here again, to pose for you as I did before?" "Yes," he answered, "just as you did before. I want to make a portrait worthy of you as this is not. Let me tell you on the canvas what I cannot" he hesitated, then said deliberately, "what I dare not put into words." The woman received his words as a veiled declaration of a passion he dared not, yet, openly express. She thought his request a clever ruse to renew their meetings in the privacy of his studio, and was accordingly delighted. "Oh, that will be wonderful, heavenly!" she cried, springing to her feet. "Can we begin at once? May I come to morrow?" "Yes," he answered, "come to morrow." "And may I wear the Quaker gown?" "Yes, indeed. I want you just as you were before the same dress, the same pose. It is to be the same picture, you understand, only a better one more worthy of us both. And now," he continued hurriedly, "don't you think that we should return to the house?" "I suppose so," she answered regretfully, lingering. The artist was already opening the door. As they passed out, she placed her hand on his arm, and looked up into his face admiringly. "What a clever, clever man you are to think of it! And what a story it will make for the papers when my picture is shown how you were not satisfied with the portrait and refused to let it go; and how, after keeping it in your studio for months, you repainted it to satisfy your artistic conscience." Aaron King smiled. The announcement in the house that the artist was to repaint Mrs. Taine's picture provoked characteristic comment. Louise effervesced a frothy stream of bubbling exclamations. James Rutlidge gave a hearty, "By Jove, old man, you have nerve! If you can really improve on that canvas, you are a wonder." And Mr. Taine, under the watchful eye of his beautiful wife, responded with a husky whisper, "Quite right, my boy, quite right. Certainly, by all means, if you feel that way about it," his consent and approval ending in a paroxysm of coughing that left him weak and breathless, and nearly eliminated him from the question altogether. When the Fairlands Heights party had departed, Conrad Lagrange looked the artist up and down. "Well?" he growled harshly, in his most brutal tones. "What is it? Is the dog returning to his vomit, or is the prodigal turning his back on his hogs and his husks?" Aaron King smiled as he answered, "I think, rather, it's the case of the blind beggar who sat by the roadside, helpless, until a certain great physician passed that way." And Conrad Lagrange understood. Chapter 27. Tom'sAudiobooks.com.
Chapter 28 of The Eyes of the World by Harold Bell Wright. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. You're Ruined, My Boy. It was no light task to which Aaron King had set his hand. He did not doubt what it would cost him. Nor did Conrad Lagrange, as they talked together that evening, fail to point out clearly what it would mean to the artist, at the very beginning of his career, to fly thus rudely in the face of the Providence that had chosen to serve him. The world's history of art and letters affords too many examples of men who, because they refused to pay court to the ruling cliques and circles of their little day, had seen the doors of recognition slammed in their faces; and who, even as they wrought their great works, had been forced to hear, as they toiled, the discordant yelpings of the self-appointed watchdogs of the halls of fame. Nor did the artist question the final outcome, if only his work should be found worthy to endure; for the world's history establishes, also, the truth that he who labors for a higher wage than an approving paragraph in the daily paper may, in spite of the condemnation of the pretending rulers, live in the life of his race long after the names to which he refused to bow are lost in the dust of their self-raised thrones. The painter was driven to his course by that self-respect without which no man can sanely endure his own company, together with that reverence I say it deliberately that reverence for his art without which no worthy work is possible. He had come to understand that one may not prostitute his genius to the immoral purposes of a diseased age, without reaping a prostitute's reward. The hideous ruin that Mr. Taine had, in himself, wrought by the criminal dissipation of his manhood's strength, and by the debasing of his physical appetites and passions, was to Aaron King now a token of the intellectual, spiritual, and moral ruin that alone can result from a debased and depraved dissipation of an artist's creative power. He saw clearly, now, that the influence his work must wield upon the lives of those who came within its reach must be identical with the influence of Sibyl Andrés, who had so unconsciously opened his eyes to the true mission and glory of the arts, and thus had made his decision possible. In that hour when Mrs. Taine had revealed herself to him so clearly, following as it did so closely his days of work, and the final completion of his portrait of the girl among the roses, he saw and felt the woman, not as one who could help him to the poor rewards of a temporary popularity, but as the spirit of an age that threatens the very life of art by seeking to destroy the vital truth and purpose of its existence. He felt that in painting the portrait of Mrs. Taine, as he had painted it, he had betrayed a trust, as truly as had his father who, for purely personal aggrandizement, had stolen the material wealth entrusted to him by his fellows. The young man understood, now, that instead of fulfilling the purpose of his mother's sacrifice, and realizing for her her dying wish, as he had promised, the course he had entered upon would have thwarted the one and denied the other. The young man had answered the novelist truly, that it was a case of the blind beggar by the wayside. He might have carried the figure farther; for that same blind beggar, when his eyes had been opened, was persecuted by the very ones who had fed him in his infirmity. It is easier, sometimes, to receive blindly than to give with eyes that see too clearly. When Mrs. Taine went to the artist in the studio the next day, she found him in the act of retying the package of his mother's letters. For nearly an hour, he had been reading them. For nearly an hour before that, he had been seated, motionless, before the picture that Conrad Lagrange had said was a portrait of the spirit of nature. When Mrs. Taine had slipped off her wrap, and stood before him gowned in the dress that so revealed the fleshly charms it pretended to hide, she indicated the letters in the artist's hands with an insinuating laugh, while there was a glint of more than passing curiosity in her eyes. "Dear me," she said, "I hope I am not intruding upon the claims of some absent affinity." Aaron King gravely held out his hand with the package of letters, saying quietly, "They are from my mother." And the woman had sufficient grace to blush, for once, with unfeigned shame. When he had received her apologies, and, putting aside the letters, had succeeded in making her forget the incident, he said, "And now, if you are ready, shall we begin?" For some time, the painter stood before the picture on his easel, without touching palette or brush, studying the face of the woman who posed for him. By a slight movement of her eyes, without turning her head, she could look him fairly in the face. Presently, as he continued to gaze at her so intently, she laughed and, with a little shrug of her shoulders and a pretense as of being cold, said, "When you look at me that way, I feel as though you had surprised me at my bath." The artist turned his attention instantly to his color box. While setting his palette, with his eyes upon his task, he said deliberately, "Venus, surprised at the bath. Do you know that you would make a lovely Venus?" With a low laugh, she returned daringly, "Would you care to paint me as the goddess of love?" He, still, did not look at her; but answered, while, with deliberate care, he selected a few brushes from the Chinese jar near the easel, "Venus is always a very popular subject, you know." She did not speak for a moment or two, and the painter felt her watching him. As he turned to his canvas, still careful not to look in her direction, she said suggestively, "I suppose you could change the face so that no one would know it was I who posed." The man remembered her carefully acquired reputation for modesty, but held to his purpose, saying, as if considering the question seriously, "Oh, as for that part, it could be managed with perfect safety." Then, suddenly, he turned his eyes upon her face, with a gaze so sharp and piercing that the blood slowly colored neck and cheek. But the painter did not wait for the blush. He had seen what he wanted, and was at work, with the almost savage intensity that had marked his manner while he had worked upon a portrait of Sibyl Andrés. And so, day after day, as he painted, again, the portrait of the woman who Conrad Lagrange fancifully called the Age, the artist permitted her to betray her real self, the self that was so uncommonly hidden from the world, under the mask of a pretended culture and the cloak of a fraudulent refinement. He led her to talk of the world in which she lived, of the scandals and intrigues among those of her class who hold such enviable positions in life. He drew from her the philosophies and beliefs and religions of her kind. He encouraged her to talk of art, to give her understanding of the world of artists as she knew it, and to express her real opinions and tastes in pictures and books. He persuaded her to throw boldly aside the glittering, tinseled garb in which she walked before the world, and so to stand before him in all the hideous vulgarity, the intellectual poverty, and the moral depravity of her naked self. At times, when under his intense gaze she drew the cloak of her pretenses hurriedly about her, he sat before his picture without touching the canvas, waiting; or perhaps he paced the floor, until, with skillful words, her fears were banished, and she was again herself. Then, with quick eye and sure, ready hand, he wrought into the portrait upon the easel, so far as the power was given him, all that he saw in the face of the woman who, posing for him, secure in the belief that he was painting a lie, revealed her true nature, warped and distorted as it was by an age that, demanding realism in art, knows not what it demands. Always, when the sitting was finished, he drew the curtain to hide the picture, forbidding her to look at it until he said that it was finished. Much of the time, when he was not in the studio at work, the painter spent with Mrs. Taine and her friends, in the big touring car and at the house on Fairlands Heights. But the artist did not, now, enter into the life of Fairlands Pride for gain or for pleasure. He went for study, as a physician goes into the dissecting room. He justified himself by the old and familiar argument that
It was for his art's sake. Sibyl Andrés he seldom saw, except occasionally, in the early morning, in the rose garden. The girl knew what he was doing. That is, she knew that he was painting a portrait of Mrs. Taine, and so, with Myra Willard, avoided the place. But Conrad Lagrange, now, made the neighboring house in the orange grove his place of refuge from Louise Taine, who always accompanied Mrs. Taine, lest the world should talk, but who never went as far as the studio. But often, as he worked, the artist heard the music of the mountain girl's violin, and he knew that she, in her own beautiful way, was trying to help him, as she would have said, to put the mountains into his work. Many times, he was conscious of the feeling that some one was watching him. Once, pausing at the garden end of the studio, as he paced to and fro, he caught a glimpse of her as she slipped through the gate in the Ragged Robin hedge. And once, in the morning, after one of those afternoons when he had gone away with Mrs. Taine at the conclusion of the sitting, he found a note pinned to the velvet curtain that hid the canvas on his working easel. It was a quaint little missive, written in one of the girl's fanciful moods, with a reference to Bluebeard, and the assurances that she had been strong and had not looked at the forbidden picture. As the work progressed, Mrs. Taine remarked, often, how the artist was changed. When painting that first picture, he had been so sure of himself. Working with careless ease, he had been suave and pleasant in his manner, with ready smile or laugh. Why, she questioned, was he now so grave and serious? Why did he pause so often to sit staring at his canvas, or to pace the floor? Why did he seem to be so uncertain, to be questioning, searching, hesitating? The woman thought that she knew. Rejoicing at her fancied victory, all but won, she looked forward to the triumphant moment when this splendid man should be swept from his feet by the force of the passion she thought she saw him struggling to conceal. Meanwhile, she tempted him by all the wiles she knew, inviting him with eyes and lips and graceful pose and meaning gesture. And Aaron King, with clear, untroubled eyes seeing all, with cool brain understanding all, with steady, skillful hand ruled supremely by his purpose, painted that which he saw and understood into his portrait of her. So they came to the last sitting. On the following evening, Mrs. Taine was giving a dinner at the house in Fairlands Heights, at which the artist was to meet some people who would be, as she said, useful to him. Eastern people they were, from the accredited center of art and literature, members of the inner circle of the elect. They happened to be spending the season on the coast, and she had taken advantage of the opportunity to advance the painter's interest. It was very fortunate that her portrait was to be finished in time for them to see it. The artist was sorry, he said, but while it would not be necessary for her to come to the studio again, the picture was not yet finished, and he could not permit its being exhibited until he was ready to sign the canvas. "But may I see it?" she asked, as he laid aside his palette and brushes, and announced that he was through. With a quick hand, he drew the curtain. "Not yet, please. Not until I am ready." "Oh," she cried, with a charming air of submitting to one whose wish is law. "How mean of you! I know it is splendid. Are you satisfied? Is it better than the other? Is it like me?" "I am sure that it is much better than the other," he replied. "It is as like you as I can make it." "And is it as beautiful as the other?" "It is beautiful as you are beautiful," he answered. "I shall tell them all about it, to morrow night, even if I haven't seen it, and so will Jim Rutlidge." Aaron King and Conrad Lagrange spent that evening at the little house next door. The next morning, the artist shut himself up in his studio. At lunch time, he would not come out. Late in the afternoon, the novelist went again to knock at the door. The artist called in a voice that rang with triumph. "Come in, old man. Come in and help me celebrate." Entering, Conrad Lagrange found him, sitting pale and worn, before his picture, his palette and brushes still in his hand. And such a picture! A moment, the novelist who knew, as few men know, the world that was revealed with such fidelity in that face upon the canvas looked. Then, with weird and wonderful oaths of delight, he caught the tired artist and whirled him around the studio in a triumphant dance. "You've done it, man, you've done it! It's all there!
Every rotten, stinking shred of it. Wow, but it's good, so damn good that it's almost inhuman. I knew you had it in you. I knew it was in you all the time, if only you could come alive. God, man, if that could only be exhibited alongside the other. Look here." He dragged the easel that held Sibyl Andrés' portrait to a place beside the one upon which the canvas just finished rested, and drew back the curtain. The effect was startling. "The spirit of nature and the spirit of the age," said Conrad Lagrange, in a low tone. "But you're ruined, my boy," he added gleefully. "You're ruined. These canvases will never be exhibited. Her own she'll smash when she sees it, and you'll be artistically damned by the very gods she has invoked to bless you with fame and wealth. Lord, but I envy you. You have your chance now a real chance to be worthy your mother's sacrifice. Come on, let's get ready for the feast." Chapter 28. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 29 of The Eyes of the World by Harold Bell Wright. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 29. The Handwriting on the Wall. It was November. Nearly a year had passed since that day when the young man on the Golden State Limited, with the inheritance he had received from his mother's dying lips, and with his solemn promise to her still fresh in his mind, looked into the eyes of the woman on the platform of the observation car. That same day, too, he first saw the woman with the disfigured face, and, for the first time, met the famous Conrad Lagrange. Aaron King was thinking of these things as he set out, that evening, with his friend, for the home of Mrs. Taine. He remarked to the novelist that the time seemed, to him, many years. "To me, Aaron," answered the strange man, "it has been the happiest and, if you would not misunderstand me, the most satisfying year of my life. And this," he added, his deep voice betraying his emotion, "this has been the happiest day of the year. It is your Independence Day. I shall always celebrate it as such. I have no Independence Day of my own to celebrate, you know." Aaron King did not misunderstand. As the two men approached the big house on Fairlands Heights, they saw that modern palace, from concrete foundation to red tiled roof, ablaze with many lights. Situated upon the very topmost of the socially graded levels of Fairlands, it outshone them all; and, quite likely, the glittering display was mistaken by many dwellers in the valley below for a new constellation of the heavenly bodies. Quite likely, too, some lonely dweller, high up among the distant mountain peaks, looked down upon the sparkling bauble that lay, for the moment, as it were, on the wide lap of the night, and smiled in quiet amusement that the earth children should attach such value to so fragile a toy. As they passed the massive stone pillars of the entrance to the grounds, Conrad Lagrange said, "Really, Aaron, don't you feel a little ashamed of yourself, coming here tonight, after the outrageous return you have made for the generous hospitality of these people? You know that, if Mrs. Taine had seen what you had done to her portrait, you could force the pearly gates easier than you could break in here." The artist laughed. "To tell you the truth, I don't feel exactly at home. But what the deuce can I do? After my intimacy with them all these months, I can't assume that they are going to make my picture a reason for refusing to recognize me, can I? As I see it, they, not I, must take the initiative. I can't say, 'Well, I've told the truth about you, so throw me out.'" The novelist grinned. "Thus it is when art becomes entangled with the family of materialism. It's hard to break away from the flesh pots, even when you know you are on the road to the promised land. But don't worry, the age will take the initiative fast enough when she sees your portrait of her. Wow, in the meantime, let's play their game tonight and take what spoils the gods may send. There will be material here for pictures and stories aplenty." As they went up the wide steps and under the portal into the glare of the lights, and caught the sound of the voices within, he added under his breath, "Lord, man, but 'tis a pretty show.
if only things were called by their right names. That old Babylonian Belshazzar had nothing on us moderns after all, did he? Watch out for the writing upon the wall. When Aaron King and his companion entered the spacious rooms where the pride of Fairlands Heights and the Eastern lions were assembled, a buzz of comment went round the glittering company. Aside from the fact that Mrs. Taine, with practiced skill, had prepared the way for her protege by subtly stimulating the curiosity of her guests, the appearance of the two men alone would have attracted their attention. The artist, with his strong, splendidly proportioned athletic body, and his handsome, clean-cut, intellectual face, calmly sure of himself, with the air of one who knows that his veins are rich with the wealth of many generations of true culture and refinement. And the novelist, easily the most famous of his day, tall, emaciated, grotesquely stooped, with his homely face seamed and lined, world-worn and old, and his sharp eyes peering from under his craggy brows with that analyzing, cynical, half pathetic, half humorous expression, certainly presented a contrast too striking to escape notice. For an instant, as comrades side by side upon a battlefield might do, they glanced over the scene. To the painter's eye, the assembled guests appeared as a glittering, shimmering, scintillating, cloud-like mass that, never still, stirred within itself, in slow, graceful, restless motions, forming always, without purpose, new combinations and groupings that were broken up, even as they were shaped, to be reformed; with the black spots and splashes of the men's conventional dress ever changing amid the brighter colors and textures of the women's gowns; the warm flesh tints of bare white arms and shoulders, gleaming here and there; and the flash and sparkle of jewels, threading the sheen of silks and the filmy softness of laces. Into the artist's mind, fresh from the tragic earnestness of his day's work, and still under the enduring spell of his weeks in the mountains, flashed a sentence from a good old book: "For what is your life? It is even a vapor that appeareth for a little time, and then vanisheth away." Then they were greeting, with conventional nothings, their beautiful hostess; who, with a charming air of triumphant, but not too triumphant, proprietorship, received them and passed them on, with a low spoken word to Aaron King. "I will take charge of you later." Conrad Lagrange, before they drifted apart, found opportunity to growl in his companion's ear. A near great musician, an actress of divorce court fame, an art critic, boon companion of our friend Rutlidge; 2 free lance yellow journalists, a poet with leading culture club women of various brands, and a mob of mere fashion and wealth. The pickings should be good. Look at materialism over there. In a wheeled chair, attended by a servant in livery a little apart from the center of the scene, as though the pageant of life was about to move on without him, but still with desperate grip holding his place in the picture, sat the genius of it all, the millionaire. The creature's wasted, skeleton-like limbs were clothed grotesquely in conventional evening dress. His haggard, bestial face, repulsive with every mark of his wicked, licentious years, grinned with an insane determination to take the place that was his by right of his money bags, while his glazed and sunken eyes shone with fitful gleams as he rallied the last of his vital forces with a devilish defiance of the end that was so inevitably near. As Aaron King, in the splendid strength of his inheritance, went to pay his respects to the master of the house, that poor product of our age was seized by a paroxysm of coughing that shook him, gasping and choking, almost into unconsciousness. The ready attendant held out a glass of whisky, and he clutched the goblet with skinny hands that, in their trembling eagerness, rattled the crystal against his teeth. In the momentary respite afforded by the powerful stimulant, he lifted his yellow, claw-like hand to wipe the clammy beads of sweat that gathered upon his wrinkled, ape-like brow, and the painter saw, on one bony, talon-like finger, the gleaming flash of a magnificent diamond. Mr. Taine greeted the artist with his husky whisper, "Hello, old chap. Glad to see you." Peering into the laughing, chattering, glittering throng, he added, "Some beauties here to night, eh? Gad, my boy, but I've seen the day I'd be out there among them. Ha, ha, Mrs. Taine, Louise, and Jim tried to shelve me, but I fooled him. Damn me, but I'm game for a good time yet. A little off my feed and under the weather, but game, you understand, game as hell." Then to the attendant, "Where's that whisky?" And, again, his yellow, claw-like hand, with that beautiful diamond, a gleaming point of pure white light, lifted the glass to his grinning lips. When Mrs. Taine appeared to claim the artist, her husband, huddled in his chair, an unclean heap of all but decaying flesh, watched them go with hidden, impotent rage. A few moments later, as Mrs. Taine and her charge were leaving one group of celebrities in search of another, they encountered Conrad Lagrange. "What's this I see?" jibed the novelist, mockingly. "Is it art being led by beauty to the judges and executioners? Or is it beauty presenting an artist to the gods of modern art?" "You had better be helping a good cause instead of making fun, Mr. Lagrange," the woman retorted. "You weren't always so famous yourself that you could afford to be indifferent, you know." Aaron King laughed as his friend replied, "Never fear, madam, never fear. I shall be on hand to assist at the obsequies." In the shifting of the groups and figures, when dinner was announced, the young man found himself again within reach of Conrad Lagrange, and the novelist whispered with a grin, "Now for the flesh pots in earnest. You will really be out of place in the next act, Aaron. Only we artists who have sold our souls have a right to the price of our shame. You should dine upon a crust, you know. A genius without his crust, eh? A devil without his tail, or an ass without his long ears." Most conspicuous in the brilliant throng assembled in that banquet hall was the horrid figure of Mr. Taine, who sat in his wheeled chair at the head of the table, his liveried attendant by his side. Frequently, as though compelled, eyes were turned toward the master of the feast, who was, himself, so far past feasting, and toward his beautiful young wife, the only woman in the room whose shoulders and arms were not bare. At first, the talk moved somewhat heavily. Neighbor chatted nothings to neighbor in low tones. It was as though the foreboding presence of some grim, unbidden guest overshadowed the spirits of the company. But gradually the scene became more animated, the glitter of silver and crystal on the board, the sparkle of jewels and the wealth of shimmering colors that costumed the diners with the strains of music that came from somewhere behind a floral screen that filled the air with fragrance, concealed, as it were, the hideous image of immorality which was the presiding genius of the feast. As the glare of a too bright light blinds the eyes to the ditch across one's path, so the brilliancy of their surroundings blinded the eyes of his guests to the meaning of that horrid figure in the seat of highest honor. But rich foods and rare wines soon loose the tongues that chatter the thoughts of those who do not think. As the glasses were filled and refilled again, the scene took color from the sparkling goblets. Voices were raised to a higher pitch. Shrill or boisterous laughter rang out as jest and story went the rounds. It was Mrs. Taine now, rather than her husband, who dominated the scene. With cheeks flushed and eyes bright, she set the pace, nor permitted any laggards. Conrad Lagrange watched, cool and cynical, his worn face twisted into a mocking smile, his keen, baffling eyes, from under their scowling brows, seeing all, understanding all. Aaron King, weary with the work of the past days, endured, wishing it was over. The evening was well under way when Mrs. Taine held up her hand. In silence, she said, "Listen. I have a real treat for you tonight, friends. Listen." As she spoke the last word, her eyes met the eyes of the artist in mocking, challenging humor. He was wondering what she meant when, from behind that screen of flowers, soft and low, poignantly sweet and thrilling in its purity of tone, came the music of the violin that he had learned to know so well. Instantly, the painter understood. Mrs. Taine had employed Sibyl Andrés to play for her guests that evening, thinking to tease the artist by presenting his mountain comrade in the guise of a hired servant. Why the girl had not told him, he did not know. Perhaps she had thought to enjoy his surprise. The effect of the girl's presence, or rather of her music, for she herself could not be seen, upon the artist, was quite other than Mrs. Taine intended. Under the spell of the spirit that spoke in the violin, Aaron King was carried far from his glittering surroundings. Again, he stood where the bright waters of Clear Creek tumbled among the granite boulders, and where he had first moved to answer the call of that music of the hills. Again, he followed the old wagon road to the cedar thicket, and, in the little grassy opening, with its wild roses, its encircling wilderness growth, and its old log house under the sheltering sycamores, saw a beautiful girl dancing with the unconscious grace of a woodland sprite, her arms upheld in greeting to the mountains. Once again, he was painting in the sacred quiet of the spring glade where she had come to him with her three gifts; where, in maidenly innocence, she had danced the dance of the butterflies; and later, with her music, had lifted their friendship to heights of purity as far above the comprehension of the company that listened to her now, as the mountain peaks among the stars that night were high above the house on Fairlands Heights. The music ceased. It was followed by the loud clapping of hands, with exclamations in high pitched voices. "Who is it?" "Where did you find him?" "What's his name?" For they judged from Mrs. Taine's introductory words that she expected them to show their appreciation. Mrs. Taine laughed, and with her eyes mockingly upon the artist's face, answered lightly, "Oh, she is a discovery of mine. She teaches music and plays in one of the Fairlands churches." "You are a wonder," said one of the illustrious critics, admiringly; and lifting his glass, he cried, "Here's to our beautiful and talented hostess, the patron saint of all the arts, the friend of all true artists." In the quiet that followed the enthusiastic endorsement of the distinguished gentleman's words, another voice said, "If it's a girl, can't we see her?" "Yes, yes," came from several. "Please, Mrs. Taine, bring her out. Have her play again, will she?" Mrs. Taine laughed. "Certainly she will. That's what she's here for to amuse you." And again, as she spoke, her eyes met the eyes of Aaron King. At her signal, a servant left the room. A moment later, the mountain girl, dressed in simple white, with no jewel or ornament other than a rose in her soft brown hair, stood before that company. Unconscious of the eyes that fed upon her loveliness, there was the faintest shadow of a smile upon her face as she met, in one swift glance, the artist's look. Then, raising her violin, she made music for the revelers at the will of Mrs. Taine. As she stood there in the modest naturalness of her winsome beauty, innocent and pure as the flowers that formed the screen behind her, hired to amuse the worthy friends and guests of that hideously repulsive devotee of lust and licentiousness, who, from his wheeled chair, was glaring at her with eyes that burned insanely, she seemed, as indeed she was, a spirit from another world. James Rutlidge, his heavy features flushed with drink, was gazing at the girl with a look that betrayed his sensual passion. The face of Conrad Lagrange was dark and grim with scowling appreciation of the situation. Mrs. Taine was looking at the artist. And Aaron King, watching his girl comrade of the hills as she seemed to listen for the music which she in turn drew from the instrument, felt, by the very force of the contrast between her and her surroundings he had never felt before, the power and charm of her personality; felt, and knew that Sibyl Andrés had come into his life to stay. In the flood of emotions that swept over him, and in the mental and spiritual exaltation caused by her music and by her presence amid such scenes, it was given the painter to understand that she had, in truth, brought to him the strength, the purity, and the beauty of the hills; that she had, in truth, shown him the paths that lead to the mountain heights; that it was her unconscious influence and teaching that had made it impossible for him to prostitute his genius to win favor in the eyes of the world. He knew, now, that in those days when he had painted her portrait, as she stood with outstretched hands in the golden light among the roses, he had mixed his colors with the best love that a man may offer a woman; and he knew that the repainting of that false portrait of Mrs. Taine, with all that it would cost him, was his first offering to that love. The girl musician finished playing and slipped away. When they would have recalled her, Mrs. Taine, too well schooled to betray a hint of the emotions aroused by what she had just seen as she watched Aaron King, shook her head. At that instant, Mr. Taine rose to his feet, supporting himself by holding with shaking hands to the table. A hush, sudden as the hush of death, fell upon the company. The millionaire's attendant put out his hand to steady his master, and another servant stepped quickly forward. But the man who clung so tenaciously to his last bit of life, with a drunken strength in his dying limbs, shook them off, saying in a hoarse whisper, "Never mind. Never mind, you fools. Can't you see I'm game?" In the quiet of the room, that a moment before rang with excited voices and shrill laughter, the man's husky, straining, whispered boast sounded like the mocking of some invisible, fiendish presence at the feast. Lifting a glass of whisky with that yellow, claw-like hand, upon which the great diamond gleamed, a spot of flawless purity, with his repulsive features twisted into a gruesome ugliness by his straining effort to force his diseased vocal cords to make his words heard, the wretched creature said, "Here's to our girl musician. The prettiest lassie that I have seen for many a day, and I think I know a pretty girl when I see one too, who comes bright and fresh from her mountains to amuse us. And to add to the beauty and grace and wit and genius that so distinguishes this company, the flavor and the freedom of her wildwood home. Her music is good, you'll all agree." He paused to cough and to look inquiringly around, while every one nodded approval and smiled encouragingly. "Her music is good, but I maintain that she herself is better. To me, her beauty is more pleasing to the eye than her fiddling can possibly be to the ear." Again he was forced to pause, while his guests, with hand and voice, applauded the clever words. Lifting the glass of whisky toward his lips that, by his effort to speak, were drawn back in a repulsive grin, he leered at the celebrities sitting nearest. "I suppose to-morrow, if we desire the company of these distinguished artists, we will have to follow them to the mountains. I don't blame you, gentlemen. If I was not temporarily incapacitated, I would certainly go for a little trip to the inspiring hills myself, even if I don't know as much about music and art as some of you." Again his words were interrupted by that racking cough, the sound of which was lost in the applause that greeted his witticism. Lifting the glass once more, he continued, "So, here's to our girl musician, who is her own lovely self so much more attractive than any music she can ever make." He drained the glass and sank back into his chair, exhausted by his effort. Aaron King was on the point of springing to his feet when Conrad Lagrange caught his eye with a warning look. Instantly, he remembered what the result would be if he should yield to his impulse. Wild with indignation, rage, and burning shame, he knew that to betray himself would be to invite 1,000 sneering questions and insinuations, to besmirch the name of the girl he loved. In the continued applause and laughter that followed the drinking of the millionaire's toast, the artist caught the admiring words. "Bully old sport. Isn't he game? He has certainly traveled some pace in his day. The girl is a beauty. Let's have her in again." This last expression was so insistently echoed that Mrs. Taine, who through it all had been covertly watching Aaron King's face, and whose eyes were blazing now with something more than the effect of the wine she had been drinking, was forced to yield. A servant left the room, and a moment later reappeared, followed by Sibyl. The girl was greeted now by hearty applause, which she, accepting as an expression of the company's appreciation of her music, received with smiling pleasure. The artist, his heart and soul aflame with his awakening love, fought for self-control. Conrad Lagrange, catching his eye again, silently bade him wait. Sibyl lifted her violin, and the noisy company was stilled. Slowly, under the spell of the music that, to him, was a message from the mountain heights, Aaron King grew calm. His tense muscles relaxed. His twitching nerves became steady. He felt himself, as it were, lifted out of and above the scene that a moment before had so stirred him to indignant anger. His brain worked with that clearness and precision which he had known while repainting Mrs. Taine's portrait. Wrath gave way to pity, indignation to contempt. In confidence, he smiled to think how little the girl he loved needed his poor defense against the animalism that dominated the company she was hired to amuse. With every eye in the room fixed upon her as she played, she was as far removed from those who had applauded the suggestive words of the dying sensualist as her music was beyond their true comprehension. Then it was that the genius of the artist awoke. As the flash of a searchlight in the darkness of night brings out with startling clearness the details of the scene upon which it is turned, the painter saw before him his picture. With trained eye and carefully acquired skill, he studied the scene, impressing upon his memory every detail the rich appointments of the room, the glittering lights, the gleaming silver and crystal, the sparkling jewels and shimmering laces, the bare shoulders, the wine-flushed faces and feverish eyes, and, in the seat of honor, the disease-wasted form and repulsive sin-marked countenance of Mr. Taine, who, almost unconscious with his exertion, was still feeding the last flickering flame of his lustful life with the vision of the girl whose beauty his toast had profaned. And in the midst of that company, expressing as it did the spirit of an age that is ruled by material wealth and dominated by the passions of the flesh, the center of every eye, yet still in her purity and innocence, removed and apart from them all, standing in her simple dress of white against a background of flowers, the mountain girl with her violin, offering to them the highest, holiest gift of the gods her music. Upon the girl's lovely, winsome face was a look now of troubled doubt. Her wide blue eyes, as she played, were pleading, questioning, half fearful, as though she sensed instinctively the presence of the spirit she could not understand, and felt, in spite of the pretense of the applause that had greeted her, the rejection of her offering. Not only did the artist, in that moment of conception, see his picture and feel the forces that were expressed by every character in the composition, but the title, even, came to him as clearly as if Conrad Lagrange had uttered it aloud. The Feast of Materialism. Sibyl Andrés finished her music and quickly withdrew as if to escape the noisy applause. Amid the sound of the clapping hands and boisterous voices, Mr. Taine, summoning the last of his wasted strength, again struggled to his feet. With those claw-like hands he held to the table for support, while shaking in every limb, his features twisted into a horrid, leering grin, he looked from face to face of the hushed and silent company, with glazed eyes in which the light that flickered so feebly was still the light of an impotent lust. Twice the man essayed to speak, but could not. The room grew still as death. Then, suddenly, as they looked, he lifted that yellow, skinny hand to his wrinkled, ape-like brow, and, partially loosing thus his supporting grip upon the table, fell back in a ghastly heap of diseased flesh and fine raiment, in the midst of which blazed the great diamond, as though the cold, pure beauty of the inanimate stone triumphed in a life more vital than that of its wearer. His servants carried the unconscious master of the house from the room. Mrs. Taine, excusing herself, followed. In the confusion that ensued, the musicians, hidden behind the floral screen, struck up a lively air. Some of the guests made quiet preparations for leaving. A group of those men, famous in the world of art and letters, under the influence of the wine they had taken so freely, laughed loudly at some coarse jest. Others, thinking, perhaps, if they could be said to think at all, that their host's attack was not serious, renewed conversations, and bravely attempted to restore a semblance of animation to the interrupted revelries. Aaron King worked his way to the side of Conrad Lagrange. "For God's sake, old man, let's get out of here." "I'll find Rutlidge or Louise or some one," returned the other, and disappeared. As the artist waited, through the open door of an adjoining room, he caught sight of Sibyl Andrés, who, with her violin case in her hand, was about to leave. Obeying his impulse, he went to her. "What in the world are you doing here?" he said almost roughly, extending his hand to take the instrument she carried. She seemed a little bewildered by his manner, but smiled as she retained her violin. "I am here to earn my bread and butter, sir. What are you doing here?" "I beg your pardon," he said. "I did not mean to be rude." She laughed then, with a troubled air. "But is it not right for me to be here? It is all right for me to play for these people, isn't it? Myra didn't want me to come, but we needed the money, and Mrs. Taine was so generous. I didn't tell you and Mr. Lagrange because I wanted the fun of surprising you." As he stood looking at her so gravely, she put out her hand impulsively to his arm. "What is it? Oh, what is it? How have I done wrong?" "You have done no wrong, my dear girl," he answered. "It is only that " He was interrupted by the cold, clear voice of Mrs. Taine, who had entered the room, unnoticed by them. "I see you are going, Miss Andrés. Good night. I will mail you a check to morrow. Your music was very satisfactory. An automobile is waiting to take you home. Good night." Before Aaron King could speak, the girl was gone. "Mr. Lagrange and I were just about to go," said the artist, as the woman faced him. "I hope Mr. Taine has not suffered severely from the excitement of the evening?" The woman's cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were bright with feverish excitement. Going close to him, she said, in a low, hurried tone, "No, no, you must not go. Mr. Taine is all right in his room. Every one else is having a good time. You must not go. Come, I have had no opportunity at all to have you to myself for a single moment. Come, I " As she had interrupted Aaron King's reply to Sibyl Andrés, the cool, sarcastic tones of Conrad Lagrange's deep voice interrupted her. "Mrs. Taine, they are hunting for you all over the house. Your husband is calling for you. I'm sure that Mr. King will excuse you, under the circumstances." Chapter 29. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com.
Chapter 30 of The Eyes of the World by Harold Bell Wright. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 30. In the Same Hour. In a splendid chamber, surrounded by every comfort and luxury that dollars could buy, and attended by liveried servants, Mr. Taine was dying. The physician who met Mrs. Taine at the door answered her look of inquiry with, "Your husband is very near the end, madam." Beside the bed sat Louise, wringing her hands and moaning. James Rutlidge stood near. Without speaking, Mrs. Taine went forward. The doctor, bending over his patient, with his fingers upon the skeleton-like wrist, said, "Mr. Taine, Mr. Taine, your wife is here." In response, the eyes, deep sunken under the wrinkled brow, opened. The loosely hanging, sensual lips quivered. The physician spoke again. "Your wife is here, Mr. Taine." A sudden gleam of light flared up in the glazed eyes. The doctor could have sworn that the lips were twisted into a shadow of a ghastly, mocking smile. As if summoning, by a supreme effort of his will, from some unguessed depths of his being, the last remnant of his remaining strength, the man looked about the room, and, in a hoarse whisper, said, "Send the others away. Everybody but her." "Oh, papa, papa!" exclaimed poor Louise, protestingly. "Never mind, daughter," came the whispered answer from the bed. "Try to be game, girl game as your father. Take her away, Jim." As the physician passed Mrs. Taine, who had thus far stood like a statue, seemingly incapable of thought or feeling or movement, he said in a low tone, "I will be just outside the door, madam easily within call." When only the woman was left in the room with her husband, the dying man spoke again. "Come here stand where I can see you." Mechanically, she obeyed, moving to a position near the foot of the bed. After a moment's silence, during which he seemed to be rallying the very last of his vital forces for the effort, he said, "Well, the game is played out. You think you're the winner. You're wrong, damn you! You're wrong. I wasn't so drunk tonight that I couldn't see." His face twisted in a hideous, malicious grin. "You love that artist fellow. Your interest in his art is all rot. It's him you want. And you have been thinking you'd get him with my money the same as I got you. But you won't. You've lost him already. I'm glad you love him damn glad because I know that after what he's seen of me
Even if he didn't love that mountain girl, he wouldn't wipe his feet on you. You've tortured me, you've mocked, and sneered, and laughed at me, in my suffering, you fiend, and I've tried my damnedest to pay you back. What I couldn't do, the man you love will do for me. You'll suffer now, in earnest. You thought you'd be a sure winner, as soon as I was out of the game. But you've lost, you've lost, you've lost! I saw your love for him in your face tonight, as I have seen it every time you two were together. I saw his love for the girl, too, and I saw that you saw it. I wouldn't die until I told you that I knew." He paused to gather his strength for the last evil effort of his evil life. The woman, who had stood frozen with horror, her eyes fixed upon the face of the dying man, as though under a dreadful spell, cowered before him, livid with fear. Cringing, helpless, as though before some infernal monster, she hid her face, while her husband, struggling for breath to make her hear, called her every foul name he could master, derided her with fiendish glee, mocked her, taunted her, cursed her, with words too vile to print. With an oath and a profane wish for her future upon his lips, the end came. The sensual mouth opened, the diseased wasted limbs shuddered, the insane light in the lust-worn eyes went out. With a scream, Mrs. Taine sank unconscious upon the floor beside the bed. From the lower part of the house came the faint sounds of the few remaining revelers. When Aaron King and Conrad Lagrange left the house on Fairlands Heights that night, they walked quickly, as though eager to escape from the brilliantly lighted vicinity. Neither spoke until they were some distance away. Then the novelist, checking his quick stride, pointed toward the shadowy bulk of the mountains that heaved their mighty crests and peaks in solemn grandeur high into the midnight sky. "Well, boy, the mountains are still there. It's good to see them again, isn't it?" Reaching home, the older man bade his friend good night. But the artist, declaring that he was not yet ready to turn in, went with pipe and Czar for company, to sit for a while on the porch. Looking away over the dark mass of the orange groves to the distant peaks, he lived over again, in his thoughts, those weeks of comradeship with Sibyl Andrés in the hills. Every incident of their friendship he recalled. Every hour they had spent together amid the scenes she loved, reviewing every conversation, questioning, searching, wondering, hoping, fearing. Later, he went out into the rose garden her garden where the air was fragrant with the perfume of the flowers she tended with such loving care. In the soft, still darkness of the night, the place seemed haunted by her presence. Quietly, he moved, here and there among the roses, to the little gate in the ragged robin hedge, through which she came and went; to the vine-covered arbor where she had watched him at his work; and to the spot where she had stood, day after day, with hands outstretched in greeting, while he worked to make the colors and lines upon his canvas tell the secret of her loveliness. He remembered how he had felt her presence in those days when he had laughingly insisted to Conrad Lagrange that the place was haunted. He remembered how, even when she was unknown to him, her music had always moved him; how her message from the hills had seemed to call to the best that was in him. So it was that, as he recalled these things, as he lived again the days of his comradeship with her, and realized how she had come into his life, how she had appealed always to the best of him, and satisfied always his best needs, he came to know the answer to his questions, to his doubts, and fears, and hopes. There in the rose garden, with its dark walls of hedge and vine and grove, in the still night under the stars, with his face to the distant mountains, he knew that the mountain girl would not deny him; that, when she was ready, she would come to him. In the hour when Mr. Taine, with the last strength of his evil life, profanely cursed the woman that his gold had bought to serve his licentious will, and cursing, died, Aaron King, inspired by the character and purity of the woman he loved, and by whom he knew he was loved, and dreaming of their comradeship that was to be, dedicated himself anew to the ministry of his art, and so entered into that more abundant life which belongs by divine right to all who will claim it. But it was not given Aaron King to know that before Sibyl Andrés could come to him, he must be tested by a trial that would tax his manhood's best strength to the uttermost. In that night of his awakened love, as he dreamed of the days of its realization, the man did not know that the days of his testing were so near at hand. End of chapter 30. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 31 of The Eyes of the World by Harold Bell Wright. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 31. As the World Sees. It was 3 days after the incidents just related when an automobile from Fairlands Heights stopped at the home of Aaron King and the novelist. Mrs. Taine, dressed in black and heavily veiled, went alone to the house where Yee Kee appeared in answer to her ring. There was no one at home, the Chinaman said. He did not know where the artist was. He had gone off somewhere with Mr. Lagrange and the dog. Perhaps they would return in a few minutes, perhaps not until dinner time. Mrs. Taine was exceedingly anxious to see Mr. King. She was going away and must see him, if possible, before she left. She would come in and, if Yee Kee would get her pen and paper, would write a little note explaining in case she should miss him. The Chinaman silently placed the writing material before her and disappeared. Before sitting down to her letter, the woman paced the floor restlessly in nervous agitation. Her face, when she had thrown back the veil, appeared old and worn, with dark circles under the eyes, and a drawn look to the weary, downward droop of the lips. As she moved about the room, nervously fingering the books and trifles upon the table or the mantel, she seemed beside herself with anxiety. She went to the window to stand looking out, as if hoping for the return of the artist. She went to the open door of his bedroom, her hands clenched, her lips trembling, her face betraying the agony of her mind. With Louise, she was leaving that evening at 4:00 for the East, with the body of her husband. She could not go without seeing again the man whom, as Mr. Taine had rightly said, she loved. Loved with the only love of which, because of her environment and life, she was capable. She still believed in her power over him whose passion she had besieged with all the lure of her physical beauty, but that which she had seen in his face as he watched the girl musician, the night of the dinner, filled her with fear. Presently, in her desperation, when the artist did not return, she seated herself at the table to put upon paper, as best she could, the things she had come to say. Her letter finished, she looked at her watch. Calling the Chinaman, she asked for a key to the studio, explaining that she wished to see her picture. She still hoped for the artist's return and that her letter would not be necessary. She hoped, too, that in her portrait, which she had not yet seen, she might find some evidence of the painter's passion for her. She had not forgotten his saying that he would put upon the canvas what he thought of her, nor could she fail to recall his manner and her interpretation of it as he had worked upon the picture. In the studio, she stood before the easel, scarce daring to draw the curtain. But calling up in her mind the emotions and thoughts of the hours she had spent in that room, alone with the artist, she was made bold by her re-established belief in his passion, and by her convictions that were founded upon her own desires. Under the stimulating influence of her thoughts, a flush of color stole into her cheeks, her eyes grew bright with the light of triumphant anticipation. With an eager hand, she boldly drew aside the curtain. The picture upon the easel was the artist's portrait of Sibyl Andrés. With an exclamation that was not unlike fear, Mrs. Taine drew back from the canvas. Looking at the beautiful painting, in which the artist had pictured, with unconscious love and an almost religious fidelity, the spirit of the girl who was so like the flowers among which she stood, the woman was moved by many conflicting emotions. Surprise, disappointment, admiration, envy, jealousy, sadness, regret, and anger swept over her. Blinded by bitter tears, with a choking sob, in an agony of remorse and shame,
She turned away her face from the gaze of those pure eyes. Then, as the flame of her passion withered her shame, hot rage dried her tears, and she sprang forward with an animal like fierceness to destroy the picture. But, even as she put forth her hand, she hesitated and drew back, afraid. As she stood thus in doubt, halting between her impulse and her fear, a sound at the door, behind her, drew her attention. She turned to face the beautiful original of the portrait. Instantly, the woman of the world had herself perfectly in hand. Sibyl Andrés drew back with an embarrassed, "I beg your pardon. I thought," and would have fled. But Mrs. Taine, with perfect cordiality, said quickly, "Oh, how do you do, Miss Andrés? Come in." She seemed so sincere in the welcome that was implied in her voice and manner; while her face, together with her somber garb of mourning, was so expressive of sadness and grief that the girl's gentle heart was touched. Going forward with that natural dignity that belongs to those whose minds and hearts are unsullied by habitual pretense of feeling and sham emotions, Sibyl spoke a few well chosen words of sympathy. Mrs. Taine received the girl's expression of condolence with a manner that was perfect in its semblance of carefully controlled sorrow and grief, yet managed skillfully to suggest the wide social distance that separated the widow of Mr. Taine from the unknown mountain girl. Then, as if courageously determined not to dwell upon her bereavement, she said, "I was just looking again at Mr. King's picture, for which you posed. It is beautiful, isn't it? He told me that you were an exceptionally clever model quite the best he has ever had." The girl, disarmed by her own genuine feeling of sympathy for the speaker, was troubled at something that seemed to lie beneath the kindly words of the experienced woman. "To me, it is beautiful," she returned doubtfully. "But, of course, I don't know. Mr. Lagrange thinks, though, that it is really a splendid portrait." Mrs. Taine smiled with a confident air, as one might smile at a child. "Mr. Lagrange, my dear, is a famous novelist, but he really knows very little of pictures." "Perhaps you are right," returned Sibyl simply. "But the picture is not to be shown as a portrait of me, at all." Again that knowing smile. "So I understand, of course. Under the circumstances, you would scarcely expect it, would you?" Sibyl, not in the least understanding what the woman meant, answered doubtfully, "No, I do not wish it shown as my portrait." Mrs. Taine, studying the girl's face, became very earnest in her kindly interest; as if, moved out of the goodness of her heart, she stooped from her high place to advise and counsel one of her own sex who was so wholly ignorant of the world. "I fear, my dear, that you know very little of artists and their methods." To which the girl replied, "I never knew an artist before I met Mr. King, this summer, in the mountains." Still watching her face closely, Mrs. Taine said with gentle solicitude, "May I tell you something for your own good, Miss Andrés?" "Certainly, if you please, Mrs. Taine." "An artist," said the older woman, carefully, with an air of positive knowledge, "must find the subjects for his pictures in life. As he goes about, he is constantly on the lookout for new faces or figures that are of interest to him or that may be used by him to make pictures of interest. The subjects, or I should say the people who pose for him, are nothing at all to the artist, aside from his picture, you see. No more than his paints and brushes and canvas. Often they are professional models whom he hires as one hires any sort of service, you know. Sometimes," she paused as if hesitating, then continued gently, "sometimes they are people like yourself, who happen to appeal to his artistic fancy and whom he can persuade to pose for him." The girl's face was white. She stared at the woman with pleading, frightened dismay. She made a pitiful attempt to speak, but could not. The older woman, watching her, continued, "Forgive me, dear child. I do not wish to hurt you. But Mr. King is so careless. I told him he should be careful that you did not misunderstand his interest in you. But he laughed at me. He said that it was your innocence that he wanted to paint, and cautioned me not to warn you until his picture was finished." She turned to look at the picture on the easel with the air of a critic. "He really has caught it very well. Aaron Mr. King is so good at that sort of thing. He never permits his models to know exactly what he is after, you see.
but leads them cleverly to exhibit unconsciously the particular thing that he wishes to get into his picture. When the tortured girl had been given time to grasp the full import of her words, the woman said again, turning towards Sibyl as she spoke, with a smiling air that was intended to show the intimacy between herself and the artist, "Have you seen his portrait of me?" "No," faltered Sibyl. "Mr. King told me not to look at it. It has always been covered when I have been in the studio." Again, Mrs. Taine smiled, as though there was some reason, known only to herself and the painter, why he did not wish the girl to see the portrait. "And do you come to the studio often, alone as you come to day?" she asked, still kindly, as though from her experience she was seeking to counsel the girl. "I mean, have you been coming since the picture for which you posed was finished?" The girl's white cheeks grew red with embarrassment and shame as she answered falteringly, "Yes." "You poor child. Really, I must scold Aaron for this. After my warning him, too, that people were talking about his intimacy with you in the mountains. It is quite too bad of him. He will ruin himself if he is not more careful." She seemed sincerely troubled over the situation. I do not understand, Mrs. Taine," faltered Sibyl. "Do you mean that that Mr. King's friendship for me has harmed him? That it is wrong for me to come here? Surely, Miss Andrés, you must understand what I mean. No, I do not know. Tell me, please." Mrs. Taine hesitated as though reluctant. Then, as if forced by her sense of duty, she spoke. "The truth is, my dear, that your being with Mr. King in the mountains, going to his camp as familiarly as you did, and spending so much time alone with him in the hills, and then your coming here so often, has led people to say unpleasant things." "But what do people say?" persisted Sibyl. The answer came with cruel deliberateness. "That you are not only Mr. King's model, but that you are his mistress as well." Sibyl Andrés shrank back from the woman as though she had received a blow in the face. Her cheeks and brow and neck were crimson. With a little cry, she buried her face in her hands. The kind voice of the older woman continued, "You see, dear, whether it is true or not, the effect is exactly the same. If, in the eyes of the world, your relations to Mr. King are wrong, it is as bad as though it were actually true. I felt that I must tell you, child, not alone for your own good, but for the sake of Mr. King and his work for the sake of his position in the world. Frankly, if you continue to compromise him and his good name by coming like this to his studio, it will ruin him. The world may not care particularly whether Mr. King keeps a mistress or not, but people will not countenance his open association with her, even under the pretext that she is a model." As she finished, Mrs. Taine looked at her watch. "Dear me, I really must be going. I have already spent more time than I intended. Good bye, Miss Andrés. I know you will forgive me if I have hurt you." The girl looked at her with the pain and terror filled eyes of some gentle wild creature that cannot understand the cruelty of the trap that holds it fast. "Yes, yes, I suppose you know best. You must know more than I thank you, Mrs. Taine. I" When Mrs. Taine was gone, Sibyl Andrés sat for a little while before her portrait, wondering, dumbly, at the happenings of that face upon the canvas. There were no tears. She could not cry. Her eyes burned hot and dry. Her lips were parched. Rising, she drew the curtain carefully to hide the picture, and started toward the door. She paused. Going to the easel that held the other picture, she laid her hand upon the curtain. Again, she paused. Aaron King had said that she must not look at that picture. Conrad Lagrange had said that she must not. Why? She did not know why. Perhaps, if the mountain girl had drawn aside the curtain and had looked upon the face of Mrs. Taine as Aaron King had painted it, perhaps the rest of my story would not have happened. But true to the wish of her friends, even in her misery, Sibyl Andrés held her hand. At the door of the studio, she turned again to look long and lingering about the room. Then she went out, closing and locking the door, and leaving the key on the hidden nail, as her custom was. Going slowly, lingeringly, through the rose garden to the little gate in the hedge, she disappeared in the orange grove. Aaron King and Conrad Lagrange
returning from a long walk, overtook Myra Willard, who was returning from town, just as the woman of the disfigured face arrived at the gate of the little house in the orange grove. For a moment, the three stood chatting as neighbors will. Then the two men went on to their own home. Czar, racing ahead, announced their coming to Yee Kee, and the Chinaman met them as they entered the living room. Telling them of Mrs. Taine's visit, he gave Aaron King the letter that she had left for him. As the artist, conscious of the scrutinizing gaze of his friend, read the closely written pages, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment and shame. When he had finished, he faced the novelist's eyes steadily, and, without speaking, deliberately and methodically tore Mrs. Laine's letter into tiny fragments. Dropping the scraps of paper into the wastebasket, he dusted his hands together with a significant gesture, and looked at his watch. "Her train left at 4:00. It is now 4:30. For which," returned Conrad Lagrange solemnly, "let us give thanks." As the novelist spoke, Czar, on the porch outside, gave a low woof that signalized the approach of a friend. Looking through the open door, they saw Myra Willard coming hurriedly up the walk. They could see that the woman was greatly agitated, and went quickly forward to meet her. Women of Myra Willard's strength of character, particularly those who have passed through the furnace of some terrible experience as she so evidently had, are not given to loud, uncontrolled expression of emotion. That she was alarmed and troubled was evident. Her face was white, her eyes were frightened, and she trembled so that Aaron King helped her to a seat. But she told them clearly, with no unnecessary hysterical exclamations, what had happened. Upon entering the house, after parting from the two men at the gate, a few minutes before, she had found a letter from Sibyl. The girl was gone. As she spoke, she handed the letter to Conrad Lagrange, who read it, and gave it to the artist. It was a pitiful little note, rather vague, saying only that she must go away at once, assuring Myra that she had not meant to do wrong, asking her to tell Mr. King and the novelist good by, and begging the artist's forgiveness that she had not understood. Aaron King looked from the letter in his hand to the faces of his two friends in consternation. "Do you understand this, Miss Willard?" he asked when he could speak. The woman shook her head. "Only that something has happened to make the child think that her friendship with you has injured you, and that she has gone away for your sake. She thought so much of you, Mr. King. And I love her, Miss Willard. I should have told you soon. I tell you now to assure you I love her." Aaron King made his declaration to his two friends with a simple dignity, but with a feeling that thrilled them with the force of his earnestness and the purity and strength of his passion. Conrad Lagrange, world worn, scarred by his years of contact with the unclean, the vicious and debasing passions of mankind, grasped the young man's hands, while his eyes shone with an emotion his habitual reserve could not conceal. "I'm glad for you, Aaron," he said, adding reverently, "as your mother would be glad." "I have known that you would tell me this, some time, Mr. King," said Myra Willard. "I knew it, I think, before you yourself realized. And I, too, am glad for my girl, because I know what such love will mean to her. But why has she gone like this? Where has she gone? Oh, my girl, my girl!" For a moment, the distracted woman was on the point of breaking down, but with an effort of her will, she controlled herself. "It's clear enough what has sent her away," growled Conrad Lagrange, with a warning glance to the artist. "Some one has filled her mind with the notion that her friendship with Aaron has been causing talk. I think there's no doubt as to where she's gone." "You mean the mountains?" asked Myra Willard, quickly. "Yes, I'd stake my life that she has gone straight to Brian Oakley. Think, where else would she go?" "She has sometimes borrowed a saddle horse from your neighbor up the road, hasn't she, Miss Willard?" asked Aaron King. "Yes, I'll run over there at once." Conrad Lagrange spoke quickly. "Don't let them think anything unusual has happened. We'll go over to your house and wait for you there." 15 minutes later, Myra Willard returned. Sibyl had borrowed the horse, asking them if she could keep it until the next day. She did not say where she was going. She had left about 4:00. "That will put her at Brian's by 9," said the novelist. "And I will arrive there about the same time," added Aaron King eagerly. "It's now 5:30.
She has an hour's start, but I'll ride an hour harder." "With an automobile you could overtake her," said Myra Willard. "I know," returned the artist, "but if I take a horse, we can ride back together." He started through the grove toward the other house on a run. Chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Eyes of the World by Harold Bell Wright. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. The Mysterious Disappearance. By the time Aaron King had found a saddle horse, and was ready to start on his ride, it was 6:00. Granting that Conrad Lagrange was right in his supposition that the girl had left with the intention of going to Brian Oakley's, the artist could scarcely, now, hope to arrive at the Ranger Station until some time after Sibyl had reached the home of her friends, unless she should stop somewhere on the way, which he did not think likely. Once, as he realized how the minutes were slipping away, he was on the point of reconsidering his reply to Myra Willard's suggestion that he take an automobile. Then, telling himself that he would surely find Sibyl at the station, and thinking of the return trip with her, he determined to carry out his first plan. But when he was finally on the road, he did not ride with less haste because he no longer expected to overtake Sibyl. In spite of his reassuring himself again and again that the girl he loved was safe, his mind was too disturbed by the situation to permit of his riding leisurely. Beyond the outskirts of the city, with his horse warmed to its work, the artist pushed his mount harder and harder, until the animal reached the limit of a pace that its rider felt it could endure for the distance they had to go. Over the way that he and Conrad Lagrange had walked with Czar and Croesus so leisurely he went, now with such hot haste that the people in the homes in the orange groves, sitting down to their evening meal, paused to listen to the sharp, ringing beat of the galloping hoofs. 2 or 3 travelers, as he passed, watched him out of sight, with wondering gaze. Those he met turned their heads to look after him. Aaron King's thoughts, as he rode, kept pace with his horse's flying feet. The points along the way where he and the famous novelist had stopped to rest and to enjoy the beauty of the scene recalled vividly to his mind all that those weeks in the mountains had brought to him. Backward from that day when he had for the first time set his face towards the hills, his mind traveled, almost day to day, until he stood again in that impoverished home of his boyhood to which he had been summoned from his studies abroad. As he urged his laboring horse forward in the eagerness and anxiety of his love for Sibyl Andrés, he lived again that hour when his dying mother told her faltering story of his father's dishonor; when he knew, for the first time, her life of devotion to him, and learned of her sacrifice, even unto poverty, that he might, unhampered, be fitted for his life work; and when, receiving his inheritance, he had made his solemn promise that the purpose and passion of his mother's years of sacrifice should, in him and in his work, be fulfilled. One by one, he retraced the steps that had led to his understanding that only a true and noble art could ever make good that promise. Not by winning the poor notice of the little passing day, alone; not by gaining the applause of the thoughtless crowd; not by winning the rewards bestowed by the self-appointed judges and patrons of the arts; but by a true, honest, and fearless giving of himself in his work, regardless alike of praise or blame; by saying the thing that was given him to say, because it was given him to say, would he keep that which his mother had committed to him. As mile after mile of the distance that lay between him and the girl he loved was put behind him in his race to her side, it was given him to understand, as never before, how first the friendship of the world-wearied man who had, himself, profaned his art, and then the comradeship of that one whose life was so unspotted by the world, had helped him to a true and vital conception of his ministry of color and line and brush and canvas. It was twilight when the artist reached the spot where the road crosses the tumbling stream; the spot where he and Conrad Lagrange had slept at the foot of the mountains. Where the road curves toward the creek, the man, without checking his pace, turned his head to look back upon the valley that, far below, was fast being lost in the gathering dusk. In its weird and gloomy mystery, with its hidden life revealed only by the sparkling, twinkling lights of the towns and cities, it was suggestive, now, to his artist mind, of the life that had so nearly caught him in its glittering, sensual snare. A moment later, he lifted his eyes to the mountain peaks ahead that, still in the light of the western sun, glowed as though brushed with living fire. Against the sky, he could distinguish that peak in the Galena range, with the clump of pines where he had sat with Sibyl Andrés that day when she had tried to make him see the train that had brought him to Fairlands. He wondered now, as he rode, why he had not realized his love for the girl before they left the hills. It seemed to him, now, that his love was born that evening when he had first heard her violin as he was fishing; when he had watched her from the cedar thicket, as she made her music of the mountains and as she danced in the grassy yard. Why, he asked himself, had he not been conscious of his love in those days when she came to him in the spring glade, and in the days that followed? Why had he not known when he painted her portrait in the rose garden? Why had the awakening not come until that night when he saw her in the company of revelers at the big house on Fairlands Heights, the night that Mr. Taine died? It was dark before he reached the canyon gates. In the blackness of the gorge, with only the light of a narrow strip of stars overhead, he was forced to ride more slowly. But his confidence that he would find her at the ranger station had increased as he approached the scenes of her girlhood home. To go to her friends seemed so inevitably the thing that she would do. A few miles farther, now, and he would see her. He would tell her why he had come. He would claim the love that he knew was his. And so, with a better heart, he permitted his tired horse to slacken the pace. He even smiled to think of her surprise when she should see him. It was a little past 9:00 when the artist saw, through the trees, the lights in the windows at the station, and dismounted to open the gate. Hiding up to the house, he gave the old familiar hail, "Woo ee!" The door opened, and with the flood of light that streamed out came the tall form of Brian Oakley. "Hello! Seems to me I ought to know that voice." The artist laughed nervously. "It's me, all right, Brian. What there is left of me." "Aaron King, by all that's holy!" cried the Ranger, coming quickly down the steps and toward the shadowy horseman. "What's the matter? Anything wrong with Sibyl or Myra Willard? What brings you up here, this time of night?" Aaron King heard the questions with sinking heart. But so certain had he come to feel that the girl would be at the station, that he said mechanically, as he dropped wearily from his horse to grasp his friend's hand, "I've followed Sibyl. How long has she been here?" Brian Oakley spoke quickly. "Sibyl is not here, Aaron." The artist caught the Ranger's arm. "Do you mean, Brian, that she has not been here to day?" "She has not been here," returned the officer coolly. "Good God!" exclaimed the other, stunned and bewildered by the positive words. Blindly, he turned toward his horse. Brian Oakley, stepping forward, put his hand on the artist's shoulder. "Come, old man, pull yourself together, and let a little light in on this matter," he said calmly. "Tell me what has happened. Why did you expect to find Sibyl here?" When Aaron King had finished his story, the other said, still without excitement, "Come into the house. You're about all in. I heard Dr. Gordon's auto going up the canyon to Morton's about an hour ago. Their baby's sick. If Sibyl was on the road, he would have passed her. I'll throw the saddle on Max, and we'll run over there and see what he knows. But first, you've got to have a bite to eat." The young man protested, but the Ranger said firmly, "You can eat while I saddle. Come. I wish Mary was home," he added, as he set out some cold meat and bread. "She is in Los Angeles with her sister. I'll call you when I'm ready." He spoke the last word from the door as he went out. The artist tried to eat, but with little success. He was again mounted and ready to go when the Ranger rode up from the barn on the chestnut. When they reached a point where the road to Morton's ranch leaves the main canyon road, Brian Oakley said, "It's barely possible that she went on up to Carleton's, but I think we'd better go to Morton's and see the doctor first. We don't want to miss him." Did you meet anyone as you came up? I mean, after you got within 2 or 3 miles of the mouth of the canyon?" "No," replied the other. "Why?" "A man on a horse passed the station about 7 o'clock, going down. Where did the doctor pass you?" "He didn't pass me." "What?" said the Ranger sharply. "No one passed me after I left Fairlands." "Hum. If Doc left town before you, he must have had a puncture or something, or he would have passed the station before he did." It was 10 o'clock when the two men arrived at the Morton ranch. "We don't want to start any excitement," said the officer, as they drew rein at the corral gate. "You stay here and I'll drop in casual like." It seemed to Aaron King, waiting in the darkness, that his companion was gone for hours. In reality, it was only a few minutes until the Ranger returned. He was walking quickly and, springing into the saddle, he started the chestnut off at a sharp lope. "The baby is better," he said. "Doctor was here this afternoon. Started home about 2 o'clock. That auto must have gone on up the canyon. Morton knew nothing of the man on horseback who went down. We'll cut across to Carleton's." Presently, the Ranger swung the chestnut aside from the wagon road to follow a narrow trail through the chaparral. To the artist, the little path in the darkness was invisible, but he gave his horse the rein and followed the shadowy form ahead. 3/4 of an hour later, they came out into the main road again, near the Carleton ranch corral, a mile and a half below the old camp in the sycamores, behind the orchard of the deserted place. It was now 11 o'clock, and the ranch house was dark. Without dismounting, Brian Oakley called, "Hello, Henry." There was no answer. Moving his horse close to the window of the room where he knew the rancher slept, the Ranger tapped on the sash. "Henry, turn out. I want to see you. It's Oakley." A moment later, the sash was raised, and Carleton asked, "What is it, Brian? What's up?" "Is Sibyl stopping with you folks tonight?" "Sibyl? Haven't seen her since they went down from their summer camp. What's the matter?" Briefly, the Ranger explained the situation. The rancher interrupted only to greet the artist with a "Howdy, Mr. King," as the officer's words made known the identity of his companion. When Brian Oakley had concluded, the Ranger said, "I heard that auto going up, and then heard it going back down again, about an hour ago. You missed it by turning off to Morton's. If you'd come on straight up here, you'd have met it." "Did you see the man on horseback going down just before dusk?" asked the officer. "Yes, but not near enough to know him. You don't suppose Sibyl would go up to her old home, do you, Brian?" "She might, under the circumstances. Aaron and I will ride up there on the chance." "You'll stop in on your way back?" called the rancher, as the two horsemen moved away. "Sure," answered the Ranger. An hour later, they were back. They had found the old home under the giant sycamores, on the edge of the little clearing, dark and untenanted. Lights were shining, now, from the windows of the Carleton ranch house. Down at the corral, the twinkling gleam of a lantern bobbed here and there. As the Ranger and his companion drew near, the lantern came rapidly up the hill. At the porch, they were met by Henry Carleton, his two sons, and a ranch hand. As the four stood in the light of the window, and of the lantern on the porch, listening to Brian Oakley's report, each held the bridle reins of a saddle horse. "I figured that the chance of her being up there was so mighty slim that we'd better be ready to ride when you got back," said the mountain ranchman. "What's your program, Brian?" Thus, simply, he put himself and his household in command of the Ranger. The officer turned to the eldest son. "Jack, you've got the fastest horse in the outfit. I want you to go down to the power house and find out if anyone there saw Sibyl anywhere on the road. You see," he explained to the group, "we don't know for sure yet that she came into the mountains. While I haven't a doubt but she did, we've got to know." Jack Carleton was in the saddle as the Ranger finished. The officer turned to him again. "Find out what you can about that automobile and the man on horseback. We'll be at the station when you get back." There was a sharp clatter of iron shod hoofs, and the rider disappeared in the darkness of the night. The other members of the little party rode more leisurely down the canyon road to the Ranger's station. When they arrived at the house, Brian Oakley said, "Make yourselves easy, boys. I'm going to write a little note." He went into the house where, as they sat on the porch, they saw him through the window at his desk. The Ranger had finished his letter, and with the sealed official envelope in his hand,
appeared in the doorway when his messenger to the power house returned. Without dismounting, the rider reined his horse up to the porch. "Good time, Jack," said the officer quietly. The young man answered. "One of the company men saw Sibyl. He was coming up with a load of supplies, and she passed him a mile below the power house, just before dark. When he was opening the gate, the automobile went by. It was too dark to see how many were in the machine. They heard the auto go back down the canyon again later. No one noticed the man on horseback. 3 company men will be up here at daybreak." "Good boy," said Brian Oakley again. And then, for a little, no sound save the soft clinking of bit and bridle chain in the darkness broke the hush that fell over the little group. With faces turned toward their leader, they waited his word. The Ranger stood still, the long official envelope in his hand. When he spoke, there was a ring in his voice that left in the minds of his companions no doubt as to his view of the seriousness of the situation. "Milt," he said sharply. The youngest of the Carleton sons stepped forward. "Yes, sir." "You will ride to Fairlands. It's 1:30 now. You should be back between 8 and 9 in the morning. Give this letter to the sheriff, and bring me his answer. Stop at Miss Willard's, and tell her what you know. You'll get something to eat there while you're talking. If I'm not at your house when you get back, feed your horse and wait." "Yes, sir," came the answer, and an instant later the boy rider vanished into the night. While the sound of the messenger's going still came to them, the Ranger spoke again. "Henry, you'll ride to Morton's. Tell him to be at your place with his crowd by daylight. Then go home and be ready with breakfast for the riders when they come in. We'll have to make your place the center. It'll be hard on your wife and kids, but Mrs. Morton will likely go over to lend them a hand. I wish to God Mary was here." "Never mind about my folks, Brian," returned the rancher as he mounted. "You know they'll be on the job." "You bet I know, Henry," came the answer as the mountaineer rode away. Then, "Bill, you'll take everyone between here and the head of the canyon. If there's a man shows up at Carleton's later than an hour after sunup, we'll run him out of the country. Tom, you take the trail over into the Santa Ana, circle around to the mouth of the canyon, and back up Clear Creek. Turn out everybody. Jack, you'll take the Galena Valley neighborhood. Send in your men, but don't come back yourself until you've found that man who went down the canyon on horseback." When the last rider was gone in the darkness, the Ranger said to the artist, "Come on, Aaron, you must get some rest. There's not a thing more that can be done until daylight." Aaron King protested. But, strong as he was, the unusual exertion on his hours in the saddle, together with his racking anxiety, had told upon muscles and nerves. His face, pale and drawn, gave the lie to his words that he was not tired. "You must rest, man," said Brian Oakley, shortly. "There may be days of this ahead of us. You've got to snatch every minute when it's possible, to conserve your strength. You've already had more than the rest of us. Jerk off your boots and lie down until I call you, even if you can't sleep. Do as I say. I'm boss here." As the artist obeyed, the Ranger continued. "I wrote the sheriff all I knew, and some things that I suspect. It's that automobile that sticks in my mind, that and some other things. The machine must have left Fairlands before you did, unless it came over through the Galena Valley, for some town on the railroad, up San Gorgonio Pass way, which isn't likely. If it did come from Fairlands, it must have waited somewhere along the road to enter the canyon after dark. Do you think that anyone else besides Myra Willard and Lagrange and you know that Sibyl started up here? I don't think so. The neighbor where she borrowed the horse didn't know where she was going." "Who saw her last?" "I think Mrs. Taine did." The artist had already told the Ranger about the possible meeting of Mrs. Taine and Sibyl in his studio. "Hum," said the other. "Mrs. Taine left for the East at 4 o'clock, you know," said the artist. "Jim Rutledge didn't go, you said." The Ranger spoke casually. Then, as if dismissing the matter, he continued, "You get some rest now, Aaron. I'll take care of your horse and saddle a fresh one for you. As soon as it's light, we'll ride. I'm going to find out where that automobile went, and what for." Chapter 32. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 33 of The Eyes of the World by Harold Bell Wright. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 33. Beginning the Search. Aaron King lay with closed eyes, but not asleep. He was thinking, thinking, thinking. In a weary circle, his tired brain went round and round, finding no place to stop. The man on horseback, the automobile, some accident that might have befallen the girl in her distraught state of mind. He could find no place in the weary treadmill of conjecture to rest. While it was still too dark to see, Brian Oakley called him. And the call was a relief. As the artist pulled on his boots, the Ranger said, "It'll be light enough to see by the time we get above Carleton's. We know the automobile went that far, anyway." At the Carleton ranch, as they passed, they saw by the lights that the mountaineer's family was already making ready for the gathering of the riders. A little beyond, they met two men from the company headwork on their way to the meeting place. Soon, in the gray, early morning light, the tracks of the automobile were clearly seen. Eagerly, they followed to the foot of Oak Knoll trail, where the machine had stopped and, turning around, had started back down the canyon. With experienced care, Brian Oakley searched every inch of the ground in the vicinity. Shaking his head at last, as though forced to give up hope of finding any positive signs pointing to the solution of the puzzle, the officer remounted slowly. "I can't make it out," he said. "The road is so dry and cut up with tracks, and the trail is so gravelly, that there are no clear signs at all. Come, we'd better get back to Carleton's and start the boys out. When Milt returns from Fairlands, he may know something." With the rising of the sun, the mountain folk, summoned in the night by the Ranger's messengers, assembled at the ranch. Every man armed and mounted with the best his possessions afforded. Tied to the trees in the yard, and along the fence in front, or standing with bridle reins over their heads, the horses waited. Lying on the porch or squatting on their heels, in unconscious, picturesque attitudes, the mountain riders who had arrived first and had finished their breakfast were ready for the Ranger's word. In the ranch kitchen, the table was filled with the later ones, and these, as fast as they finished their meal, made way for the new arrivals. There was no loud talk, no boisterous laughter, no uneasy restlessness. Calm, soft-voiced, deliberate in movement, these hardy mountaineers had answered Brian Oakley's call, and they placed themselves, now, under his command with no idle comment, no wasteful excitement, but with a purpose and spirit that would, if need be, hold them in their saddles until their horses dropped under them, and would then send them on afoot as long as their iron nerves and muscles could be made to respond to their wills. There was scarce a man in that company who did not know and love Sibyl Andrés, and who had not known and loved her parents. Many of them had ridden with the Ranger at the time of Will Andrés' death. When the officer and his companion appeared, they gathered round their leader with simple words of greeting, and stood silently ready for his word. Briefly, Brian Oakley divided them into parties, and assigned the territory to be covered by each. 3 shots, in quick succession, at intervals of 2 minutes, would signal that the search was finished. 2 men he held to go with him up Oak Knoll trail, after his messenger to the sheriff had returned. At sunset, they were all to reassemble at the ranch for further orders. When the officer finished speaking, the little group of men turned to the horses, and, without the loss of a moment, were out of sight in the mountain wilderness. A half hour before he was due, young Carleton appeared with the sheriff's answer to the Ranger's letter. "Well done, boy," said Brian Oakley heartily. "Take care of your horse now, and then get some rest yourself. And be ready for whatever comes next." He turned to those he had held to go with him. "All right, boys, let's ride. Sheriff will take care of the Fairlands end. Come, Aaron." All the way up the Oak Knoll trail, the Ranger rode in the lead, bending low from his saddle, his gaze fixed on the little path. Twice, he dismounted and walked ahead, leaving the chestnut to follow or to wait at his word. When they came out on the pipe line trail, he halted the party, and, on foot, went carefully over the ground either way from the point where they stood. "Boys," he said at last, "I have a hunch that there was a horse on this trail last night. It's been so blamed dry and for so long, though, that I can't be sure. I held you two men because I know you are good trailers. Follow the pipe line up the canyon and see what you can find. It isn't necessary to stay with it if you strike anything that even looks like it might be a lead. Aaron and I will take the other way and up the Galena trail to the fire break." While Brian Oakley had been searching for signs in the little path, and the artist with the others was waiting, Aaron King's mind went back to that day when he and Conrad Lagrange had sat there under the oaks and, in a spirit of irresponsible fun, had committed themselves to the leadership of Croesus. To the man, now, that day with its carefree leisure seemed long ago. Remembering the novelist's fanciful oration to the burro, he thought grimly how unconscious they had been in their merriment of the great issues that did actually rest upon the seemingly trivial incident. He recalled, too, with startling vividness, the times that he had climbed to that spot with Sibyl, or, reaching it from either way on the pipe line, had gone with her down the zigzag path to the road in the canyon below. Had she, last night, alone, or with some unwelcome companions, paused a moment under those oaks? Had she remembered the hours that she had spent there with him? As he followed the Ranger over the ground that he had walked with her that day of their last climb together, it seemed to him that every step of the way was haunted by her sweet personality. The objects along the trail, a point of rock, a pine, the barrel where they had filled their canteen, a broken section of the concrete pipe left by the workmen, the very rocks and cliffs, the flowers, dry and withered now, that grew along the little path, a thousand things that met his eyes, recalled her to his mind until he felt her presence so vividly that he almost expected to find her waiting, with smiling, winsome face, just around the next turn. The officer who, moving ahead, scanned with careful eyes every foot of the way, seemed to the artist now to be playing some fantastic game. He could not, for the moment, believe that the girl he loved was God, where was she? Why did Brian Oakley move so slowly, on foot, while his horse, leisurely cropping the grass, followed? He should be in the saddle. They should be riding, 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 as he had ridden last night. Last night? Was it only last night? Where the government trail crosses the fire break on the crest of the Galenas, Brian Oakley paused. "I don't think there's been anything over this way," he said. "We'll follow the fire break to that point up there for a look around." At noon, they stood by the big rock under the clump of pines where Aaron King and Sibyl Andrés had eaten their lunch. "We'll be here some time," said the Ranger. "Make yourself comfortable. I want to see if there's anything stirring down yonder." With his back to the rock, he searched the Galena Valley side of the range through his powerful glass, commenting now and then when some object came into the field of his vision, to his companion who sat beside him. They had risen to go, and the officer was returning his glass to its case on his saddle, when Aaron King, pointing towards Fairlands lying dim and hazy in the distant valley, said, "Look there." The other turned his head to see a flash of light that winked through the dull, smoky veil with startling clearness. He smiled and turned again to his saddle. "You'll often see that," he said. "It's the sun striking some bright object that happens to be at just the right angle to hit you with the reflection. A bit of new tin on a roof, a window, an automobile shield, anything bright enough will do the trick. Come, we'll go back to the trail and follow the break the other way." In the dusk of the evening, at the close of the long, hard day, as Brian Oakley and Aaron King were starting down the Oak Knoll trail on their return to the ranch, the Ranger uttered an exclamation. His quick eyes had caught the twinkling gleam of a light at Sibyl's old home, far below, across the canyon. The next instant, the chestnut, followed by his four-footed companion, was going down the steep trail at a pace that sent the gravel flying and forced the artist, unaccustomed to such riding, to cling desperately to the saddle. Up the canyon road the Ranger sent the chestnut at a run, nor did he draw rein as they crossed the rough, boulder-strewn wash. Plunging through the tumbling water of the creek, the horses scrambled up the farther bank and dashed along the old, weed-grown road into the little clearing. They were met by Czar with a bark of welcome. A moment later, they were greeted by Conrad Lagrange and Myra Willard. "But why don't you stay down at the ranch, Myra?" asked the Ranger, when he had told them that his day's work was without results.
"Listen, Mr. Oakley," returned the woman with the disfigured face. "I know Sibyl too well not to understand the possibilities of her temperament. Natures fine and sensitive as hers, though brave and cool and strong under ordinary circumstances, under peculiar mental stress such as I believe caused her to leave us, are easily thrown out of balance. We know nothing. The child may be wandering, alone, dazed and helpless under the shock of a cruel and malicious attempt to wreck her happiness. Only some terrible stress of emotion could have caused her to leave me as she did. If she is alone, out here in the hills, there is a chance that, even in her distracted state of mind, she will find her way to her old home." The woman paused and then, in the silence, added hesitatingly, I may say that I know from experience the possibilities of which I speak." The three men bowed their heads. Brian Oakley said softly, "Myra, you've got more heart and more sense than all of us put together." To Conrad Lagrange, he added, "You will stay here with Miss Willard?" "Yes," answered the novelist. "I would be little good in the hills, at such work as you are doing, Brian. I will do what I can here." When the Ranger and the artist were riding down the canyon to the ranch, the officer said, "There's a big chance that Myra is right, Aaron. After all, she knows Sibyl better than any of us, and I can see that she's got a fairly clear idea of what sent the child off like this. As it stands now, the girl may be just wandering around. If she is, the boys will pick her up before many hours. She may have met with some accident. If that's it, we'll know before long. She may have been I tell you, Aaron, it's that automobile acting the way it did that I can't get around." The searchers were all at the ranch when the two men arrived. No one had a word of encouragement to report. A messenger from the sheriff brought no light on the mystery of the automobile. The two men who had followed the pipe line trail had found nothing. A few times, they thought they had signs that a horse had been over the trail the night before, but there was no certainty. And after the pipe line reached the floor of the canyon, there was absolutely nothing. Jack Carleton was back from the Galena Valley neighborhood, and with him was the horseman who had gone down the canyon the evening before. The man was known to all. He had been hunting, and was on his way home when Henry Carleton and the Ranger had seen him. He had come, now, to help in the search. Picking a half dozen men from the party, Brian Oakley sent them to spend the night riding the higher trails and fire breaks, watching for camp fire lights. The others he ordered to rest, in readiness to take up the search at daylight, should the night riders come in without results. Aaron King, exhausted physically and mentally, sank into a stupor that could scarcely be called sleep. At daybreak, the riders who had been all night on the higher trails and fire breaks, searching the darkness for the possible gleam of a campfire's light, came in. All that day, Wednesday, the mountain horsemen rode, widening the area of their search under the direction of the Ranger. From sundown until long after dark, they came straggling wearily back, their horses nearly exhausted, the riders beginning to fear that Sibyl would never be found alive. There was no further word from the sheriff at Fairlands. Then, suddenly, out of the blackness of the night, a rider from the other side of the Galenas arrived with the word that the girl's horse had been found. The animal was grazing in the neighborhood of Pine Glen. The saddle and the horse's sides were stained with dirt, as if the animal had fallen. The bridle reins had been broken. The horse might have rolled on the saddle. He might have stepped on the bridle reins. He might have fallen and left his rider lying senseless. In any case, they reasoned, the animal would scarcely have found his way over the Galena range after he had been left to wander at will. Brian Oakley decided to send the main company of riders over into the Pine Glen country to continue the search there. He knew that the men who found the horse would follow the animal's track back as far as possible. He knew also that if the animal had been wandering several hours, as was likely, it would be impossible to backtrack far. Later, as it was, Aaron King rode up the canyon to tell Myra Willard and Conrad Lagrange the result of the day's work. The artist's voice trembled as he told the general opinion of the mountaineers. But Myra Willard said, "Mr. King, they are wrong. My baby will come back. There's harm come to her, no doubt, but she is not dead, or I would know it." In spite of the fact that Aaron King's reason told him the woman of the disfigured face had no ground for her belief, he was somehow helped by her words to hope. Chapter 33. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 34 of The Eyes of the World by Harold Bell Wright. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 34. The Tracks on Granite Peak. The searching party was already on the way over to Pine Glen when Brian Oakley stopped at Sibyl's old home for Aaron King. The Ranger himself had waited to receive the morning message from the sheriff. When the two men, following the government trail that leads to the neighborhood where the girl's horse had been found, reached the fire break on the summit of the Galenas, the officer said, "Aaron, you'll be of little use over there in that Pine Glen country, where you have never been." He had pulled up his horse and was looking at his companion steadily. "Is there nothing that I can do, Brian?" returned the young man, hopelessly. "God, man, I must do something. I must, I tell you." "Steady, old boy, steady," returned the mountaineer's calm voice. "The first thing you must do, you know, is to keep a firm grip on yourself. If you lose your nerve, I'll have you on my hands, too." Under his companion's eye, the artist controlled himself. "You're right, Brian," he said calmly. "What do you want me to do? You know best, of course." The officer, still watching him, said slowly, "I want you to spend the day on that point up there," he pointed to the clump of pines, "with this glass." He turned to take an extra field glass from his saddle. Handing the glass to the other, he continued, "You can see all over the country on the Galena Valley side of this range from there." Again he paused, as though reluctant to give the final word of his instructions. The young man looked at him questioningly. "Yes?" The Ranger answered in a low tone, "You are to watch for buzzards, Aaron." Aaron King went white. "Brian, you think?" The answer came sharply, "I am not thinking. I don't dare think. I am only recognizing every possibility and letting nothing get away from me. I don't want you to think. I want you to do the thing that will be of greatest service. It's because I am afraid you will think that I hesitate to assign you to the position." The sharp words acted like a dash of cold water in the young man's face. Unconsciously, he straightened in his saddle. "Thank you, Brian. I understand. You can depend upon me." "Good boy," came the hearty and instant approval. "If you see anything, go to it, leaving a note here under a stone on top of this rock. I'll find it tonight when I come back. If nothing shows up, stay until dark, and then go down to Carleton's. I'll be in late. The rest of the party will stay over at Pine Glen." Alone on the peak where he had sat with Sibyl the day of their last climb, Aaron King watched for the buzzard's telltale circling flight, and tried not to think. It was 1:00 when the artist, resting his eyes for a moment after a long, searching look through the glass, caught, again, that flash of light in the blue haze that lay over Fairlands in the distant valley. Brian Oakley had said, when they had seen it that first day of the search, that it was a common sight. But the artist, his mind preoccupied, watched the point of light with momentary, idle interest. Suddenly, he awoke to the fact that there seemed to be a timed regularity in the flashes. Into his mind came the memory of something he had read of the heliograph, and of methods of signaling with mirrors. Closely, now, he watched. 3 flashes in quick succession, pause, 2 flashes, pause, 1 flash, pause, 1 flash, pause, 2 flashes, pause, 3 flashes, pause. For several minutes the artist waited, his eyes fixed on the distant spot under the haze. Then the flashes began again, repeating the same order. At the last flash, the man sprang to his feet and searched the mountain peaks and spurs behind him. On lonely Granite Peak, at the far end of the Galena range, a flash of light caught his eye. Then another and another. With an exclamation, he lifted his glass. He could distinguish nothing but the peak from which had come the flashes. He turned toward the valley to see a long flash, and then only the haze and the dark spot that he knew to be the orange groves about Fairlands. Aaron King sank, weak and trembling, against the rock. What should he do? What could he do? The signals might mean much. They might mean nothing. Brian Oakley's words that morning came to him. I am recognizing every possibility, and letting nothing, nothing get away from me. Instantly, he was galvanized into life. Idle thinking, wondering, conjecturing could accomplish nothing. Riding as fast as possible down to the boulder beside the trail where he was to leave his message, he wrote a note and placed it under the rock. Then he set out to ride the fire break along the top of the range toward the distant Granite Peak. An hour's riding took him to the end of the fire break, and he saw that from there on he must go afoot. Tying the bridle reins over the saddle horn, and fastening a note to the saddle in case anyone should find the horse, he turned the animal's head back the way he had come, and with a sharp blow started it forward. He knew that the horse, one of Carleton's, would probably make its way home. Turning, he set his face toward the lonely peak, carrying his canteen and what was left of his lunch. There was no trail for his feet now. At times, he forced his way through and over bushes of buckthorn and manzanita that seemed, with their sharp thorns and tangled branches, to be stubbornly fighting him back. At times, he made his way along some steep slope from pine to pine, where the ground was slippery with the brown needles, and where to lose his footing meant a fall of 1,000 feet. Again, he scaled some rocky cliff, clinging with his fingers to jutting points of rock, finding niches and projections for his feet, or, with the help of vine and root and bush, found a way down some seemingly impossible precipice. Now and then, from some higher point, he sighted Granite Peak. Often he saw, far below, on one hand the great canyon, and on the other the wide Galena Valley. Always he pushed forward. His face was scratched and stained, his clothing was torn by the bushes, his hands were bloody from the sharp rocks, his body reeked with sweat, his breath came in struggling gasps, but he would not stop. He felt himself driven, as it were, by some inner power that made him insensible to hardship or death. Far behind him, the sun dropped below the skyline of the distant San Gabriels, but he did not notice. Only when the dusk of the coming night was upon him did he realize that the day was gone. On a narrow shelf in the lee of a great cliff, he hastily gathered material for a fire, and with his back to the rock, ate a little of the food he carried. Far up on that wind-swept mountain ridge, the night was bitter cold. Again and again he aroused himself from the weary stupor that numbed his senses and replenished the fire, or forced himself to pace to and fro upon the ledge. Overhead, he saw the stars glittering with a strange brilliancy. In the canyon, far below, there were a few twinkling lights to mark the Carleton ranch, and the old home of Sibyl, where Conrad Lagrange and Myra Willard waited. Miles away, the lights of the towns among the orange groves twinkled like feeble stars in another feeble world. The cold wind moaned and wailed in the dark pines and swirled about the cliff in sudden gusts. A cougar screamed somewhere on the mountainside below. An answering scream came from the ledge above his head. The artist threw more fuel upon his fire and grimly walked his beat. In the cold gray dawn of that Friday morning, he ate a few mouthfuls of his scanty store of food, and, as soon as it was light, even while the canyon below was still in the gloom, started on his way. It was 11 o'clock when, almost exhausted, he reached what he knew must be the peak that he had seen through his glass the day before. There was little or no vegetation upon that high, wind-swept point. The side toward the distant peak, from which the artist had seen the signals, was an abrupt cliff, hundreds of feet of sheer granite rock. From the rim of this precipice, the peak sloped gradually down and back to the edge of the pines that grew about its base. The ground in the open space was bare and hard. Carefully, Aaron King searched, as he had seen the Ranger do, for signs. Beginning at a spot near the edge of the cliff, he worked gradually, back and forth, in ever widening arcs, toward the pines below. He was almost ready to give up in despair, cursing himself for being such a fool as to think he could pick up a trail, when, clearly marked in a bit of softer soil, he saw the print of a hobnailed boot. Instantly, the man's weariness was gone. The long, hard way he had come was forgotten. Insensible now to hunger and fatigue, he moved eagerly in the direction the boot track pointed. He was rewarded by another track. Then, as he moved nearer the softer ground toward the trees, another and another, and then the man, worn by his physical exertion and by his days of mental anguish, for a moment lost control of himself. Clearly marked, beside the broad track of the heavier man's boot, was the unmistakable print of a smaller, lighter foot. For a moment, he stood with clenched fist and heaving breast, then with grim eagerness, with every sense supernaturally alert, with nerves tense, quick eyes and ready muscles, he went forward on the trail. It was after dark that night when Brian Oakley, on his way back to Clear Creek, stopped at the rock where the artist had left his note. Reaching the floor of the canyon, he crossed to tell Myra Willard and the novelist the result of the day's search. The men riding in the vicinity of Pine Glen had found nothing. It had been, as the Ranger expected, impossible to follow back for any distance on the track of the roaming horse, for the animal had been grazing about the Pine Glen neighborhood for at least a day. Over the note left by Aaron King, the mountaineer shook his head doubtfully. Aaron had done right to go. But for one of his inexperience, the way along the crest of the Galenas was practically impossible. If the young man had known, he could have made the trip much easier by returning to Clear Creek and following up to the head of that canyon, then climbing to the crest of the divide, and so around to Granite Peak. The Ranger himself would start at daybreak for the peak by that route, and would come back along the crest of the range to find the artist. At Carleton's, they told the officer that Aaron's horse had come in. Jack Carleton and his father arrived from the country above Lone Cabin and Burnt Pine a few minutes after Brian Oakley reached the ranch. It was agreed that Henry should join the searchers at Pine Glen at daybreak, lest anyone should have seen the artist's campfire that night, and so lose precious time going to it, and that Jack should accompany the Ranger to Granite Peak. Henry Carleton had gone on his way to Pine Glen, and Brian Oakley and Jack were in the saddle, ready to start up the canyon the next morning, when a messenger from the sheriff arrived. An automobile had been seen returning from the mountains about 2:00 that night. There was only one man in the car. "Jack," said the Ranger, "Aaron has got hold of the right end of this, with his mirror flashes. You've got to go up the canyon alone. Get to Granite Peak as quick as God will let you, and pick up the trail of whoever signaled from there, keeping one eye open for Aaron. I'm going to trail that automobile as far as it went, and follow whatever met or left it. We'll likely meet somewhere, over in the Cold Water country." A minute later, the two men who had planned to ride together were going in opposite directions. Following the Fairlands road until he came to where the Galena Valley Road branches off from the Clear Creek Way, 3 miles below the power house at the mouth of the canyon, Brian Oakley found the tracks of an automobile, made, without doubt, during the night just past. The machine had gone up the Galena Valley Road, and had returned. A little before noon, the officer stood where the automobile had stopped and turned around for the return trip. The place was well up toward the head of the valley, near the mouth of a canyon that leads upward toward Granite Peak. An hour's careful work, and the Ranger uncovered a small store of supplies, hidden 1/4 mile up the canyon. There were tracks leading away up the side of the mountain. Turning his horse loose to find its way home, Brian Oakley, without stopping for lunch, set out on the trail. High up on Granite Peak, Aaron King was bending over the print of a slender shoe beside the track of a heavy hobnailed boot. Somewhere, in Clear Creek Canyon, Jack Carleton was riding to gain the point where the artist stood. At the foot of the mountain, on the other side of the range, Brian Oakley was setting out to follow the faint trail that started at the supplies brought by the automobile in the night from Fairlands. Chapter 34. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com.
Chapter 35 of The Eyes of the World by Harold Bell Wright. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 35. A Hard Way. When Sibyl Andrés left the studio, after meeting Mrs. Taine, her mind was dominated by one thought: that she must get away from the world that saw only evil in her friendship with Aaron King, a friendship that, to the mountain girl, was as pure as her relations to Myra Willard or Brian Oakley. Under the watchful, experienced care of the woman with the disfigured face, only the worthy had been permitted to enter into the life of this child of the hills. Sibyl's character, mind and heart and body and soul, had been formed by the strength and purity of her mountain environment, by her association with her parents, with Myra Willard, and with her parents' lifelong friends, and by her mental comradeship with the greatest spirits that music and literature have given to the world. As her physical strength and beauty was the gift of her free mountain life, the beauty and strength of her pure spirit was the gift of those kindred spirits that are as mountains in the mental and spiritual life of the race. Love had come to Sibyl Andrés, not as it comes to those girls who, in the hothouse of passion we call civilization, are forced into premature and sickly bloom by an atmosphere of sensuality. Love had come to her so gently, so naturally, so like the opening of a wild flower, that she had not yet understood that it was love. Even as her womanhood had come to fulfill her girlhood, so Aaron King had come into her life to fulfill her womanhood. She had chosen her mate with an unconscious obedience to the laws of life that was divinely reckless of the world. Myra Willard, wise in her experience, and in her more than mother love for Sibyl, saw and recognized that which the girl herself did not yet understand. Satisfied as to the character of Aaron King as it had been tested in those days of unhampered comradeship, and seeing as well his growing love for the girl, the woman had been content not to meddle with that which she conceived to be the work of God. And why not the work of God? Should the development, the blossoming, and the fruiting of human lives, that the race may flower and fruit, be held less a work of divinity than the plants that mature and blossom and reproduce themselves in their children? The character of Mrs. Taine represented those forces in life that are, in every way, antagonistic to the forces that make the character of a Sibyl Andrés possible. In a spirit of wanton, selfish cruelty that was born of her worldly environment and training, the age had twisted and distorted the very virtues of nature into something as hideously ugly and vile as her own thoughts. The woman, product of gross materialism and sensuality, had caught in her licentious hands God's human flower and had crushed its beauty with deliberate purpose. Wounded, frightened, dismayed, not understanding, unable to deny, the girl turned in reluctant flight from the place that was, to her, because of her love, holy ground. It was not impossible for Sibyl not to believe Mrs. Taine. The woman had spoken so kindly, had seemed so reluctant to speak at all, had appeared so to appreciate her innocence. A thousand trivial and unimportant incidents that, in the light of the worldly woman's words, could be twisted to evidence the truth of the things she said, came crowding in upon the girl's mind. Instead of helping Aaron King with his work, instead of truly enjoying life with him, as she had thought, her friendship was to him a menace, a danger. She had believed, and the belief had brought her a strange happiness, that he cared for her companionship. He had cared only to use her for his pictures, as he used his brushes. He had played with her, as she had seen him toy idly with a brush while thinking over his work. He would throw her aside, when she had served his purpose, as she had seen him throw a worn-out brush aside. The woman, who was still a child, could not blame the artist. She was too loyal to what she thought was their friendship. She was too unselfish in her yet unrecognized love for her chosen mate. No, she could not blame him. Only she wished, oh, how she wished, that she had understood. It would not have hurt so, perhaps, if she had understood. In all the cruel tangle of her emotions, In all her confused and bewildering thoughts, in all her suffering, one thing was clear. She must get away from the world that could see only evil. She must go at once. Conrad Lagrange and Aaron King might come at any moment. She could not face them, now that she knew. She wished Myra was home. But she would leave a little note, and Myra, dear Myra with her disfigured face, would understand. Quickly, the girl wrote her letter. Hurriedly, she dressed in her mountain costume. Still acting under her blind impulse to escape, she made no explanations to the neighbors when she went for the horse. In her desire to avoid coming face to face with anyone, she even chose the more unfrequented streets through the orange groves. In her humiliation and shame, she wished for the kindly darkness of the night. Not until she had left the city far behind, and in the soft dusk drew near the mouth of the canyon, did she regain some measure of her self-control. As she was overtaking the Power Company's team and wagon of supplies, she turned in her saddle for the first time to look back. A mile away on the road, she could see a cloud of dust and a dark, moving spot which she knew to be an automobile. One of the company's machines, she thought, and drew a breath of relief that Fairlands was so far away. It was quite dark as she entered the canyon, but as she drew near, she could see against the sky those great gates opening silently, majestically to receive her. From within the canyon, she watched, as she rode, to see them slowly close again. The sight of the encircling peaks and ridges, rising in solemn grandeur out of the darkness into the light of the stars, comforted her. The night wind drawing down the canyon was sweet and bracing with the odor of the hills. The roar of the tumbling Clear Creek, filling the night with its deep-toned music, soothed and calmed her troubled mind. Presently, she would be with her friends, and somehow all would be well. The girl had ridden half the distance, perhaps, from the canyon gates to the ranger station, when, above the roar of the mountain stream, her quick ear caught the sound of an automobile behind her. Looking back, she saw the gleam of the lights like two great eyes in the darkness. A company machine, going up to the headwork, she thought. Or perhaps the doctor, to see someone of the mountain folk. As the automobile drew nearer, she reined her horse out of the road, and halted in the thick chaparral to let it pass. The blazing lights, as her horse turned to face the approaching machine, blinded her. The animal, restive under the ordeal, demanded all her attention. She scarcely noticed that the automobile had slowed down when within a few feet of her, until a man suddenly stood at her horse's head, his hand on the bridle, rein as though to assist her. At the same instant, the machine moved past them and stopped, its engine still running. Still with the thought of the company men in her mind, the girl saw only their usual courtesy. "Thank you," she said. "I can handle him very nicely." But the man, whom she had not had time to see, blinded as she had been by the light, and who was now only dimly visible in the darkness, stepped close to the horse's shoulder, as if to make himself more easily heard above the noise of the machine, his hand still holding the bridle rein. "It is Miss Andrés, is it not?" He spoke as though he was known to her, and the girl, still thinking that it was one of the company men, and feeling that he expected her to recognize him, leaned forward to see his face as she answered. Instantly, the stranger, standing close and taking advantage of the girl's position as she stooped toward him from the saddle, caught her in his powerful arms and lifted her to the ground. At the same moment, the man's companion, who, under cover of the darkness and the noise of the machine, had drawn close to the other side of the horse, caught the bridle rein. Before the girl, taken so off her guard, could cry out, a softly rolled silk handkerchief was thrust between her lips and skillfully tied in place. She struggled desperately, but against the powerful arms of her captor, her splendid young strength was useless. As he bound her hands, the man spoke assuringly. "Don't fight, miss. I'm not going to hurt you. I've got to do this, but I'll be as easy as I can. It will do you no good to wear yourself out." Frightened as she was, the girl felt that the stranger was as gentle as the circumstances permitted him to be. He had not, in fact, hurt her at all. and in his voice she caught a tone of genuine regret. He seemed to be acting wholly against his will, as if driven by some power that rendered him, in fact, as helpless as his victim. The other man, still standing by the horse's head, spoke sharply. "All right there?" "All right, sir," gruffly answered the man who held Sibyl, and lifting the helpless girl gently in his arms, he seated her carefully in the machine. An automobile coat was thrown around her, the high collar turned up to hide the handkerchief about her lips, and her hat was replaced by an auto cap pulled low. Then her captor went back to the horse, the other man took the seat beside her, and the car moved forward. The girl's fright now gave way to perfect coolness. Realizing the uselessness of any effort to escape, she wisely saved her strength, watchful to take quick advantage of any opportunity that might present itself. Silently, she worked at her bonds, and endeavored to release the bandage that prevented her from crying out. But the hands that had bound her had been too skillful. Turning her head, she tried to see her companion's face. But in the darkness, with upturned collar and cap pulled low over auto glasses, the identity of the man driving the car was effectually hidden. Only when they were passing the ranger station, and Sibyl saw the lights through the trees, did she for a moment renew her struggle. With all her strength, she strained to release her hands. One cry from her strong, young voice would bring Brian Oakley so quickly after the automobile that her safety would be assured. On that mountain road, the chestnut would soon run them down. She even tried to throw herself from the car, but bound as she was, the hand of her companion easily prevented, and she sank back in the seat, exhausted by her useless exertion. At the foot of the Oak Knoll trail, the automobile stopped. The man who had been following on Sibyl's horse came up quickly. Swiftly, the two men worked, placing sacks of supplies and blankets, as the girl guessed, on the animal. Presently, the one who had bound her lifted her gently from the automobile. "Don't hurt yourself, miss," he said in her ear, as he carried her toward the horse. "It will do you no good." And the girl did not again resist, as he lifted her to the saddle. The driver of the car said something to his companion in a low tone, and Sibyl heard her captor answer, "The girl will be as safe with me as if she were in her own home." Again the other spoke, and the girl heard only the reply, "Don't worry. I understand that. I'll go through with it. You've left me no choice to do anything else." Then, stepping to the horse's head, and taking the bridle rein, the man who seemed to be under orders, led the way up the canyon. Behind them, the girl heard the automobile starting on its return. The sound died away in the distance. The silence of the night was disturbed only by the sound of the man's hobnailed boots, and the horse's iron-shod feet on the road. Once, her captor halted a moment, and coming to the horse's shoulder, asked if she was comfortable. The girl bowed her head. "I'm sorry for that gag," he said. "As soon as it's safe, I'll remove it. But I dare not take chances." He turned abruptly away, and they went on. Dimly, Sibyl saw, in her companion's manner, a ray of hope. That no immediate danger threatened, she was assured. That the man was acting against his will was as evident. Wisely, she resolved to bend her efforts toward enlisting his sympathies, to make it hard for him to carry out the purpose of whoever controlled him, instead of antagonizing him by continued resistance and repeated attempts to escape, and so making it easier for him to do his master's bidding. Leaving the canyon by the Laurel Creek trail, they reached Burnt Pine, where the man removed the handkerchief that sealed the girl's lips. "Oh, thank you," she said quietly. "That is so much better." "I'm sorry that I had to do it," he returned, as he unbound her arms. "There, you may get down now and rest, while I fix a bit of lunch for you." The girl sprang to the ground. "It is a relief to be free," she said. "But really, I'm not a bit tired. Can't I help you with the pack?" "No," returned the other, gruffly, as though he understood her purpose and put himself on his guard. "We'll only be here a few minutes, and it's a long road ahead. You must rest." Obediently, she sat down on the ground, her back against a tree. As they lunched, in the dim light of the stars, she said, "May I ask where you are taking me?" "It's a long road, Miss Andrés. We'll be there to-morrow night," he answered reluctantly. Again, she ventured timidly,
And is some one waiting for us at the end of our journey?"
The man's voice was kinder as he answered, "No, Miss Andrés. There'll be just you and me for some time. And," he added, "you don't need to fear me."
"I am not at all afraid of you," she returned gently. "But I am," she hesitated, "I am sorry for you that you have to do this."
The man arose abruptly. "We must be going." For some distance beyond Burnt Pine, they kept to the Laurel Creek trail, toward San Gorgonio. Then they turned aside to follow some unmarked way, known only to the man. When the first soft tints of the day shone in the sky behind the peaks and ridges, while Sibyl's friends were assembling at the Carleton ranch in Clear Creek Canyon, and Brian Oakley was directing the day's search, the girl was following her guide in the wild depths of the mountain wilderness, miles from any trail. The country was strange to her, but she knew that they were making their way, far above the canyon rim, on the side of the San Bernardino range, toward the distant cold water country that opened into the great desert beyond. As the light grew stronger, Sibyl saw her companion, a man of medium height, with powerful shoulders and arms, dressed in khaki, with mountain boots. Under his arm, as he led the way with a powerful stride that told of almost tireless strength, the girl saw the familiar stock of a Winchester rifle. Presently he halted, and, as he turned, she saw his face. It was not a bad face. A heavy beard hid mouth and cheek and throat, but the nose was not coarse or brutal, and the brow was broad and intelligent. In the brown eyes there was, the girl thought, a look of wistful sadness, as though there were memories that could not be escaped. "We will have breakfast here, if you please, Miss Andrés," he said gravely.
"I'm so hungry," she answered, dismounting. "May I make the coffee?"
He shook his head. "I'm sorry, but there must be no telltale smoke. The Ranger and his riders are out by now, as like as not."
"You seem very familiar with the country," she said, moving easily toward the rifle, which he had leaned against the tree, while he busied himself with the pack of supplies.
"I am," he answered. "I have been forced to learn it thoroughly. By the way, Miss Andrés," he added without turning his head, as he knelt on the ground to take food from the pack, "that Winchester will do you no good. It is not loaded. I have the shells in my belt." He arose, facing her, and throwing open his coat, touched the butt of a Colt .45 that hung in a shoulder holster under his left armpit. "This will serve in case quick action is needed, and it is always safely out of your reach, you see." The girl laughed. "I admit that I was tempted," she said. "I might have known that you put the rifle within my reach, to try me." "I thought it would save you needless disappointment to make things clear at once," he answered. "Breakfast is ready." The incident threw a strong light upon the character with which Sibyl had to deal. She realized more than ever that her only hope lay in so winning this man's sympathies and friendship that he would turn against whoever had forced him into his present position. The struggle was to be one of those silent battles of the spirit, where the forces that war are not seen but only felt, and where those who fight must often fight with smiling faces. The girl's part was to enlist her captor to fight for her against himself. She saw, as clearly, the need of approaching her object with caution. Eager to know who it was that ruled this man, and by what peculiar power a character so strong could be so subjected, she dared not ask. Hour after hour, as they journeyed deeper and deeper into the mountain wilds, she watched and waited for some sign that her companion's mood would make it safe for her to approach him. Meanwhile, she exercised all her womanly tact to lead him to forget his distasteful position, and so to make his uncongenial task as pleasant as possible. The girl did not realize how far her decision, in itself, aroused the admiring sympathy of her captor. Her coolness, self-possession, and bravery in meeting the situation with calm, watchful readiness, rather than with hysterical moaning and frantic pleading, did more than she realized toward accomplishing her purpose. During that long afternoon, she sought to engage her guide in conversation, quite as though they were making a pleasure trip that was mutually agreeable. The man, as though he also desired his thoughts removed as far as might be from his real mission, responded readily, and succeeded in making himself a really interesting companion. Only once did the girl venture to approach dangerous ground. "Really," she said,
I wish I knew your name. It seems so stupid not to know how to address you. Is that asking too much?"
The man did not answer for some time, and the girl saw his face clouded with somber thought.
"I beg your pardon," she said gently. I ought not to have asked."
"My name is Henry Marston, Miss Andrés," he said deliberately. "But it is not the name by which I am known these days," he added bitterly. "It is an honorable name, and I would like to hear it again," he paused, "from you." Sibyl returned gently,
"Thank you, Mr. Marston. Believe me, I do appreciate your confidence and" she in turn hesitated "and I will keep the trust."
By noon, they had reached Granite Peak in the Galenas, having come by an unmarked way through the wild country around the head of Clear Creek Canyon. They had finished lunch when Marston, looking at his watch, took a small mirror from his pocket and stood gazing expectantly toward the distant valley where Fairlands lay under the blue haze. Presently a flash of light appeared, then another and another. It was the signal that Aaron King had seen and to which he had called Brian Oakley's attention that first day of their search. With his mirror, the man on Granite Peak answered, and the girl, watching and understanding that he was communicating with some one, saw his face grow dark with anger. She did not speak. They had traveled a half mile, perhaps, from the peak, when the man again stopped, saying, "You must dismount here, please." Removing the things from the saddle, he led the horse a little way down the Galena Valley side of the ridge, and tied the reins to a tree. Then, slapping the animal about the head with his open hand, he forced the horse to break the reins, and started him off toward the distant valley. Again, the girl understood, and made no comment. Lifting the pack to his own strong shoulders, her companion, his eyes avoiding hers in shame, said gruffly, "Come." Their way, now, led down from the higher levels of peak and ridge, into the canyons and gorges of the Cold Water country. There was no trail, but the man went forward as one entirely at home. At the head of a deep gorge, where their way seemed barred by the face of an impossible cliff that towered above their heads 1,000 feet and dropped another 1,000, sheer to the tops of the pines below, he halted and faced the girl inquiringly. "You have a good head, Miss Andrés?" Sibyl smiled. "I was born in the mountains, Mr. Marston," she answered. "You need not fear for me." Drawing near to the very brink of the precipice, he led her by a narrow ledge across the face of the cliff, and then by an easier path down the opposite wall of the gorge. It was late in the afternoon when they arrived at a little log cabin that was so hidden in the wild tangle of mountain growth at the bottom of the narrow canyon as to be invisible from a distance of 100 yards. The girl knew that they had reached the end of their journey. Nearly exhausted by the hours of physical exertion, and worn with the mental and nervous strain, she sank down upon the blankets that her companion spread for her upon the ground. "As soon as it is dark, I will cook a hot supper for you," he said, regarding her kindly. "Poor child, this has been a hard, hard day for you." "For me." Fighting to keep back the tears, she tried to thank him. For a moment he stood looking down at her. Then she saw his face grow black with rage, and clenching his great fists, he turned away. While waiting for the darkness that would hide the smoke of the fire, the man gathered cedar boughs from trees near by, and made a comfortable bed in the cabin for the girl. As soon as it was dark, he built a fire in the rude fireplace, and, in a few minutes, announced supper. The meal was really excellent, and Sibyl, in spite of her situation, ate heartily, which won an admiring comment from her captor. The meal finished, he said awkwardly, "I want to thank you, Miss Andrés, for making this day as easy for me as you have. We will be alone here until Friday at least, perhaps longer. There is a bar to the cabin door. You may rest here as safely as though you were in your own room. Good night." Before she could answer, he was gone. A few minutes later, Sibyl stood in the open door. "Mr. Marston," she called. "Yes, Miss Andrés," came instantly out of the darkness. "Please come into the cabin." There was no answer. "It will be cold out there. Please come inside." "Thank you, Miss Andrés, but I will do very nicely. Bar the door and go to sleep." "But, Mr. Marston, I will sleep better if I know that you are comfortable." The man came to her, and she saw him in the dim light of the fire, standing hat in hand. He spoke wonderingly. "Do you mean, Miss Andrés, that you would not be afraid to sleep if I occupied the cabin with you?"
"No," she answered. "I am not afraid. Come in."
But he did not move to cross the threshold. "And why are you not afraid?" he asked curiously.
"Because," she answered, "I know that you are a gentleman."
The man laughed harshly such a laugh as Sibyl had never heard before. A gentleman! This is the first time I have heard that word in connection with myself for many a year, Miss Andrés. You have little reason for using it, after what I have done to you, and am doing."
"Oh, but you see, I know that you are forced to do what you are doing. You are a gentleman, Mr. Marston. Won't you please come in and sleep by the fire? You will be so uncomfortable out there, and you have had such a hard day."
"God bless you for your good heart, Miss Andrés," the man said brokenly, "but I will not intrude upon your privacy to-night. Don't you see," he added savagely, "don't you see that I can't? Bar your door, please, and let me play the part assigned to me. Your kindness to me, your confidence in me is wasted." He turned abruptly away and disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 35. Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 36 of The Eyes of the World by Harold Bell Wright. This recording is in the public domain. Tom Weiss. Chapter 36. What Should He Do? The next morning, it was evident to Sibyl Andrés that the man who said his name was Henry Marston had not slept. All that day she watched the battle, saw him fighting with himself. He kept apart from her and spoke but little. When night came, as soon as supper was over, he again left the cabin, to spend the long, dark hours in a struggle that the girl could only dimly sense. She could not understand, but she felt him fighting, fighting, and she knew that he fought for her. What was it? What terrible unseen force mastered this man, compelled him to do its bidding, even while he hated and loathed himself for submitting? Watchful, ready, hoping, despairing, the helpless girl could only pray that her companion might be given strength. The following morning at breakfast, he told her that he must go to Granite Peak to signal. His orders were to lock her in the cabin, and to go alone. But he would not. She might go with him, if she chose. Even this crumb of encouragement, that he would so far disobey his master, filled the girl's heart with hope. "I would love to go with you, Mr. Marston," she said, "but if it is going to make trouble for you, I would rather stay." "You mean that you would rather be locked up in the cabin all day, than to make trouble for me?" he asked.
"It won't be so terrible," she answered, "and I would like to do something something to show you that I appreciate your kindness to me. There's nothing else I can do, is there?"
The man looked at her wonderingly. It was impossible to doubt her sincerity. And Sibyl, as she saw his face, knew that she had never before witnessed such mental and spiritual anguish. The eyes that looked into hers so questioningly, so pleadingly, were the eyes of a soul in torment. Her own eyes filled with tears that she could not hide, and she turned away. At last, he said slowly, "No, Miss Andrés, you shall not stay in the cabin to-day. Come, we must go on, or I shall be late." At Granite Peak, Sibyl watched the signal flashes from distant Fairlands, the flashes that Aaron King was watching, from the peak where they had sat together that day of their last climb. As the man answered the signals with his mirror, and the girl beside him watched, the artist was training his glass upon the spot where they stood, but partially concealed as they were, the distance was too great. When Sibyl's captor turned, after receiving the message conveyed by the flashes of light, his face was terrible to see. And the girl, without asking, knew that the crisis was drawing near. Deadly fear gripped her heart, but she was strangely calm. On the way back to the cabin, the man scarcely spoke, but walked with bent head, and the girl felt him fighting, fighting. She longed to cry out, to plead with him, to demand that he tell her why he must do this thing, but she dared not. She knew instinctively that
he must fight alone. So she watched and waited and prayed. As they were crossing the face of the canyon wall on the narrow ledge, the man stopped and, as though forgetting the girl's presence, stood looking moodily down into the depths below. Then they went on. That night, he did not leave the cabin as soon as they had finished their evening meal, but sat on one of the rude seats with which the little hut was furnished, gazing into the fire. The girl's heart beat quicker as he said, "Miss Andrés, I would like to ask your opinion in a matter that I cannot decide satisfactorily to myself." She took the seat on the other side of the rude fireplace. "What is it, Mr. Marston?" "I will put it in the form of a story," he answered. Then, after a wait of some minutes, as though he found it hard to begin, he said, "It is an old story, Miss Andrés. A very common one, but with a difference. A young man, with every chance in the world to go right, went wrong. He was well born. He was fairly well educated. His father was a man of influence and considerable means. He had many friends, good and bad. I do not think the man was intentionally bad, but I do not excuse him. He was a fool, that's all, a fool. And as fools must, he paid the price of his foolishness. A sentence of 30 years in the penitentiary is a big price for a young man to pay for being a fool, Miss Andrés. He was 25 when he went in, strong and vigorous, with a good mind. The prospects, years of prison life, but that's not the story. I could not hope to make you understand what a 30 years sentence to the penitentiary means to a man of 25. But at least you will not wonder that the man watched for an opportunity to escape. He prayed for an opportunity. For 10 years, Miss Andrés, the man watched and prayed for a chance to escape. Then he got away. He was never a criminal at heart, you must understand. He had no wish now to live a life of crime. He wished only to live a sane, orderly, useful life of freedom. They hunted him to the mountains. They could not take him, but they made it impossible for him to escape. He was starving, dying. He would not give himself up to the 20 years of hell that waited him. He did not want to die, but he would die rather than go back. Then, one day, when he was very near the end, a man found him. The poor, hunted devil of a convict aroused his pity. He offered help. He gave the wretched, starving creature food. He arranged to furnish him with supplies until it would be safe for him to leave his hiding place. He brought him food and clothing and books. Later, when the convict's prison pallor was gone, when his hair and beard were grown, and the prison manner and walk were in some measure forgotten, when the officers, thinking that he had perished in the mountains, had given up looking for him, his benefactor gave him work, beautiful work in the orange groves, where he was safe and happy and useful, and could feel himself a man. Do you wonder, Miss Andrés, that the man was grateful? Do you wonder that he worshipped his benefactor? That he looked upon his friend as upon his savior? "No," said the girl, "I do not wonder. It was a beautiful thing to do to help the poor fellow who wanted to do right. I do not wonder that the man who had escaped loved his friend." "But listen," said the other. "When the convict was beginning to feel safe, when he saw that he was out of danger, when he was living an honorable, happy life, instead of spending his days in the hell they call prison, when he was looking forward to years of happiness instead of to years of torment, then his benefactor came to him suddenly, one day, and said, 'Unless you do what I tell you now, unless you help me to something that I want, I will send you back to prison. Do as I say, and your life shall go on as it is, as you have planned. Refuse, and I will turn you over to the officers, and you will go back to your hell for the remainder of your life.'" Do you wonder, Miss Andrés, that the convict obeyed his master? The girl's face was white with despair, but she did not lose her self-control. She answered the man thoughtfully, as though they were discussing some situation in which neither had a vital interest. "I think, Mr. Marston," she said, "that it would depend upon what it was that the man wanted the convict to do. It seems to me that I can imagine the convict being happier in prison, knowing that he had not done what the man wanted, than he would be free, remembering what he had done to gain his freedom. What was it the man wanted?" Breathlessly, Sibyl waited the answer. The man on the other side of the fire did not speak. At last, in a voice hoarse with emotion, Henry Marston said, "Freedom, and a life of honorable usefulness purchased at a price, or hell with only the memory of a good deed. Which should the man choose, Miss Andrés?" "I think," she replied, "that you should tell me plainly what it was that the man wanted the convict to do." "I will go on with the story," said the other. The convict's benefactor, or perhaps I should say master, loved a woman who refused to listen to him. The girl, for some reason, left home very suddenly and unexpectedly to any one. She left a hurried note saying only that she was going away. By accident, the man found the note and saw his opportunity. He guessed that the girl would go to friends in the mountains. He saw that if he could intercept her and keep her hidden, no one would know what had become of her. He believed that she would marry him rather than face the world after spending so many days with him alone, because her manner of leaving home would lend color to the story that she had gone with him. Their marriage would save her good name. He wanted the man whom he could send back to prison to help him. The convict had known his benefactor's kindness of heart, you must remember, Miss Andrés. He knew that this man was able to give his wife everything that seems desirable in life, that thousands of women would have been glad to marry him. The man assured the convict that he desired only to make the girl his wife before all the world. He agreed that she should remain under the convict's protection until she was his wife, and that the convict should, himself, witness the ceremony. The man paused. When the girl did not speak, he said again, "Do you wonder, Miss Andrés, that the convict obeyed his master?" "No," said the girl softly. "I do not wonder. But, Mr. Marston," she continued, hesitatingly, "what do you think the convict in your story would have done if the man had not if he had not wanted to marry the girl?" "I know what he would have done in that case," the other answered with conviction. "He would have gone back to his 20 years of hell. He would have gone back to 50 years of hell, if need be, rather than buy his freedom at such a price." The girl leaned forward eagerly. "And suppose that after the convict had done his master's bidding, suppose that after he had taken the girl away from her friends, suppose, then, the man would not marry her?" For a moment, there was no sound in the little room save the crackling of the fire in the fireplace, and the sound of a stick that had burned in two, falling in the ashes. "What would the convict do if the man would not marry the girl?" persisted Sibyl. Her companion spoke with the solemnity of a judge passing sentence. If the man violated his word, if he lied to the convict, if his purpose toward the girl was anything less than an honorable marriage, if he refused to keep his promise after the convict had done his part, he would die, Miss Andrés. The convict would kill his benefactor, as surely as there is a just God who alone can say what is right and what is wrong. The girl uttered a low cry. The man did not seem to notice. "But the man will do as he promised, Miss Andrés. He wishes to make the girl his wife. He can give her all that women these days seem to desire in marriage. In the eyes of the world, she would be envied by thousands. And the convict would gain freedom and the right to live an honorable life, the right to earn his bread by doing an honest man's work. Freedom and a life of honorable service at the price, or hell with only the memory of a good deed. Which should he choose, Miss Andrés? The convict is past deciding for himself." The troubled answer came out of the honesty of the girl's heart. "Mr. Marston, I do not know." A moment, the man on the other side of the fireplace waited. Then, rising, he quietly left the cabin. The girl did not know that he was gone until she heard the door close. In that log hut, hidden in the deep gorge, in the wild Cold Water country, Sibyl Andrés sat before the dying fire, waiting for the dawn. On a high, wind-swept ledge in the Galena Mountains, Aaron King grimly walked his weary beat. In Clear Creek Canyon, Myra Willard and Conrad Lagrange waited, and Brian Oakley planned for the morrow. Over in the Galena Valley, an automobile from Fairlands stopped at the mouth of a canyon leading toward Granite Peak. Somewhere, in the darkness of the night, a man strove to know right from wrong. End of chapter 36. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 37 of The Eyes of the World by Harold Bell Wright. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 37. The man was insane. Neither Sibyl Andrés nor her companion, the next morning, reopened their conversation of the night before. Each was preoccupied and silent with troubled thoughts that might not be spoken. Often, as the forenoon passed, Sibyl saw the man listening, as though for a step on the mountainside above. She knew, without being told, that the convict was expecting his master. It was perhaps 10 o'clock when they heard a sound that told them someone was approaching. The man caught up his rifle and slipped a round of cartridges into the magazine, saying to the girl, "Go into the cabin and bar the door. Quick! Do as I say. Don't come out until I call you." She obeyed, and the convict himself, rifle in hand, disappeared in the heavy underbrush. A few minutes later, James Rutlidge parted the bushes and stepped into the little open space in front of the cabin. The convict reappeared, his rifle under his arm. The newcomer greeted the man whom Sibyl knew as Henry Marston with, "Hello, George. Everything all right? Where is she?" "Miss Andrés is in the cabin. When I heard you coming, I asked her to go inside and took cover in the brush myself, until I knew for sure that it was you." Rutlidge laughed. "You are all right, George. But you needn't worry. Everything is as peaceful as a graveyard. They found the horse and they think now that the girl killed herself or met with an accident while wandering around the hills in a state of mental aberration." "You left the supplies at the same old place, I suppose?" said the convict. "Yes, I brought what I could." Rutlidge indicated a pack which he had slipped from his shoulder as he was talking. "You better hike over there and bring in the rest tonight. If you leave at once, you will make it back by noon tomorrow." The girl in the cabin, listening, heard every word and trembled with fear. The convict spoke again. "What are your plans, Mr. Rutlidge?" "Never mind my plans now. They can wait until you get back. You must start at once. You say Miss Andrés is in the cabin?" He turned toward the door. But the other said shortly, "Wait a minute, sir. I have a word to say before I go." "Well, out with it." "You are not going to forget your promise to me?" "Certainly not, George. You are safe." "I mean regarding Miss Andrés." "Oh, of course not. Why, what's the matter?" "Nothing, only she is in my care until she is your wife." James Rutlidge laughed. "I will take good care of her until you get back. You need have no fear. You're not doubting my word, are you?" "If I doubted your word, I would take Miss Andrés with me," answered the convict simply. James Rutlidge looked at him curiously. "Oh, you would?" "Yes, sir, I would. And I think I should tell you, too, that if you should forget your promise well, what would you do if I should forget?" The answer came deliberately. "If you do not keep your promise, I will kill you, Mr. Rutlidge." James Rutlidge did not reply. Stepping to the cabin door, the convict knocked. Sibyl's voice answered, "Yes?" "You may come out now, please, Miss Andrés." As the girl opened the door, she spoke to him in a low tone. "Thank you, Mr. Marston, I heard." "I meant you to hear," he returned in a whisper. "Do not be afraid." In a louder tone, he continued, "I must go for supplies, Miss Andrés. I will be back tomorrow noon." He stepped around the corner of the cabin and was gone. Sibyl Andrés faced James Rutlidge without speaking. She was not afraid now, as she had always been in his presence, until that day when he had so plainly declared himself to her and she met his advances with a gun. The convict's warning to the man who could send him back to prison for practically the remaining years of his life
had served its purpose in giving her courage. She did not believe that, for the present, Rutledge would dare to do otherwise than heed the warning. James Rutledge regarded her with a smile of triumphant satisfaction. "Really," he said at last, "you do not seem at all glad to see me." She made no reply. "I am frightfully hungry," he continued, with a short laugh, moving toward her as she stood in the door of the cabin. "I've been walking since midnight. I was in such a hurry to get here that I didn't even stop for breakfast." She stepped out and moved away from the door. With another laugh, he entered the cabin. Presently, when he had helped himself to food, he went back to the girl who had seated herself on a log at the farther side of the little clearing. "You seem comfortable here," he said. She did not speak. "You and my man get along nicely, I take it. He has been kind to you?" Still she did not speak. He spoke sharply. "Look here, my girl, you can't keep this up, you know. Say what you have to say, and let's get it over." All the time she had been regarding him intently, her wide blue eyes filled with wondering pain. "How could you?" she said at last. "Oh, how could you do such a thing?" His face flushed. "I did it because you have driven me mad, I guess. From the first time I saw you, I have wanted you. I have tried again and again in the last 3 years to approach you. But you would have nothing to do with me. The more you spurned me, the more I wanted you. Then this man King came. You were friendly enough with him. It made me wild. From that day when I met you in the mountains above Lone Cabin, I have been ready for anything. I determined if I could not win you by fair means, I would take you in any way I could. When my opportunity came, I took advantage of it. I've got you. The story is already started that you were the painter's mistress, and that you have committed suicide. You shall stay here a while, until the belief that you are dead has become a certainty. Then you will go East with me." "But you cannot do a thing so horrible!" she exclaimed. "I would tell my story to the first people we met." He laughed grimly, as he retorted with brutal meaning. "You do not seem to understand. You will be glad enough to keep the story a secret, when the time comes to go." Bewildered by fear and shame, the girl could only stammer, "How could you? Oh, how could you? Why? Why?" "Why?" he echoed. Then, as he went a step toward her, he exclaimed with reckless profanity, "Ask the God who made me what I am why I want you. Ask the God who made you so beautiful why." He moved another step toward her, his face flushed with the insane passion that mastered him, his eyes burning with the reckless light of one past counting the cost, and the girl, seeing, sprang to her feet in terror. Wheeling suddenly, she ran into the cabin, thinking to shut and bar the door. She reached the door and swung it shut, but the bar was gone. While he was in the cabin, he had placed it out of her reach. Putting his shoulder to the door, the man easily forced it open against her lighter weight. As he crossed the threshold, she sprang to the farthest corner of the little room and cowered, trembling, too shaken with horror to cry out. A moment he paused. Then he started toward her. At that instant the convict burst through the underbrush into the little opening. Hearing the sound, Rutledge wheeled and sprang to the open door. The convict was breathing heavily from the exertion of a hard run. "What are you doing here?" demanded Rutledge sharply. "What's the matter?" "Someone is following my trail down from Granite Peak." "Well, what are you carrying that rifle for?" said Rutledge harshly, with an oath. "There may be others near enough to hear a shot," answered the convict. "Besides, Mr. Rutledge, this is your part of the game, not mine. I did not agree to commit murder for you." "Where did you see him?" "A half-mile beyond the head of the gulch, where we turn off to go to the supply point." Rutledge, rifle in hand, stepped from the house. "You stay here and take care of the girl, and see that she doesn't scream." With the last word, he set out at a run. The convict sprang into the cabin, where Sibyl still crouched in the corner. The man's voice was imploring as he said, Miss Andrés, what is the matter? Did he touch you? Tell me, did he harm you?" Sobbing, the girl held out her hands, and he lifted her to her feet. You came just in time, Mr. Marston." An instant he stood there, then muttering something under his breath, he turned, caught up his rifle, and started toward the door. But as he reached the threshold, she cried out,
Mr. Marston, don't leave me again." The convict stopped, hesitated, then he said solemnly, "Miss Andrés, can you pray? I know you can. You are a good girl. If God can hear a prayer, he will surely hear you. Come with me. Come and pray, girl. Pray for me." The most charitable construction that can be put upon the action of James Rutlidge, just related, is to accept the explanation of his conduct that he himself made to Sibyl. The man was insane, as Mr. Taine was insane, as Mrs. Taine was insane. What else can be said of a class of people who, in an age wedded to materialism, demand of their artists not that they shall set before them ideals of truth and purity and beauty, but that they shall feed their diseased minds with thoughts of lust and stimulate their abnormal passions with lascivious imaginings? Can a class, whatever its pretense to culture may be, can a class that, in story and picture and music and play, counts greatest in art those who most effectively arouse the basest passions of which the human being is capable, be rightly judged sane? James Rutlidge was bred, born, and reared in an atmosphere that does not tolerate purity of thought. It was literally impossible for him to think sanely of the holiest, most sacred, most fundamental facts of life. Education, culture, art, literature, all that is commonly supposed to lift man above the level of beasts, are used by men and women of his kind to so pervert their own natures that they are able to descend to bestial depths that the dumb animals themselves are not capable of reaching. In what he called his love for Sibyl Andrés, James Rutlidge was insane, but no more so than thousands of others. The methods of securing the objects of their desires vary. The motive that prompts is the same. The end sought is identical. As he hurriedly climbed the mountainside, out of the deep gorge that hid the cabin, the man's mind was in a whirl of emotions. Rage at being interrupted at his moment of triumph; dread lest the approaching one should be accompanied by others, and the girl should be taken from him; fear that the convict would prove troublesome, even should the more immediate danger be averted; anger at himself for being so blindly precipitous; and a maddening indecision as to how he should check the man who was following the tracks that led from Granite Peak to the evident object of his search. The words of the convict rang in his ears. "This is your job. I did not agree to commit murder for you." Murder had no place in the sanity of James Rutlidge. To destroy innocence, to kill virtue, to murder a soul, these are commonplaces in the insane philosophy of his kind. But to kill, to take a life deliberately, the thought was abhorrent to him. He was not educated to the thought of taking life. He was trained to consider its perversion. The heroes in his fiction did not kill men. They betrayed women. The heroines in his stories did not desire the wealth of their betrayers. They loved them and deserted their husbands for them. But to stand idly aside and permit Sibyl Andrés to be taken from him, to face the exposure that would inevitably follow, was impossible. If the man who had struck the trail was alone, there might still be a chance, if he could be stopped. But how could he check him? What could he do? A rifle shot might bring a dozen searchers. While these thoughts were seething in his hot brain, he was climbing rapidly toward the cliff at the head of the gorge, across which he knew the man who was following the tracks that led to the cabin below must come. Gaining the end of the ledge that leads across the face of that mighty wall of rock, less than 100 feet to the other side, he stopped. There was no one in sight. Looking down, he saw, 1,000 feet below, the tops of the trees in the bottom of the gorge. Lifting his head, he looked carefully about, searching the mountainsides that sloped steeply back from the rim of the narrow canyon. He looked up at the frowning cliff that towered 1,000 feet above his head. He listened. He was thinking, thinking. The best of him and the worst of him struggled for supremacy. A sound on the mountainside above the gorge, and beyond the other end of the ledge, caught his ear. With a quick step, he moved behind a projecting corner of the cliff. Rifle in hand, he waited. End of chapter 37. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com.
Chapter 38 of The Eyes of the World by Harold Bell Wright. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 38. An Inevitable Conflict. When Aaron King set out to follow the tracks he had found at Granite Peak, after his long, hard trip along the rugged crest of the Galenas, his weariness was forgotten. Eagerly, as if fresh and strong, but with careful eyes and every sense keenly alert, he went forward on the trail that he knew must lead to Sibyl Andrés. He did not attempt to solve the problem of how the girl came there, nor did he pause to wonder about her companion. He did not even ask himself if Sibyl were living or dead. He thought of nothing, knew nothing, was conscious of nothing, but the trail that led away into the depths of the mountain wilderness. Insensible to his own physical condition, without food, unacquainted with the wild country into which he was going, reckless of danger to himself, but with all possible care and caution for the sake of the girl he loved, he went on. Coming to the brink of the gorge in which the cabin was hidden, the trail, following the rim, soon led him to the ledge that lay across the face of the cliff at the head of the narrow canyon. A moment he paused to search the vicinity with careful eyes, then started to cross. As he set foot upon the ledge, a voice at the other end called sharply, "Stop!" At the word, Aaron King halted. A moment passed. James Rutlidge stepped from behind the rocks at the other end of the ledge. He was covering the artist with a rifle. In a flash, the man on the trail understood. The automobile, the mirror signals from Fairlands, it was all explained by the presence and by the menacing attitude of the man who barred his way. The artist's hand moved toward the weapon that hung at his hip. "Don't do that," said the man with the rifle. "I can't murder you in cold blood, but if you attempt to draw your gun, I'll fire." The other stood still. James Rutlidge spoke again, his voice hoarse with emotion. "Listen to me, King. It's useless for me to deny what brought me here. The trail you are following leads to Sibyl Andrés. You had her all summer. I've got her now. If you hadn't stumbled onto the trail up there, I would have taken her out of the country, and you would never have seen her again. I might have killed you before you saw me, but I couldn't. I'm not that kind. Under the circumstances, there is no possible compromise. I'll give you a fighting chance for your life and the girl. I'll take a fighting chance for my life and the girl. Throw your gun out of reach, and I'll leave mine here. We'll meet on the ledge there." James Rutlidge was no coward. Mr. Taine also, it will be remembered, on the night of his death, boasted that he was game. Without an instant's hesitation, Aaron King unbuckled the belt that held his weapon, and turning, tossed it behind him, with the gun still in its holster. At the other end of the ledge, James Rutlidge set his rifle behind the rock. Deliberately, the two men removed their coats and threw aside their hats. For a moment, they stood eyeing each other. Into Aaron King's mind flashed the memory of that scene at the Fairlands depot, when, moved by the distress of the woman with the disfigured face, he had first spoken to the man who faced him now. With startling vividness, the incidents of their acquaintance came to him in a flash-like succession the day that Rutlidge had met Sibyl in the studio, the time of his visit to the camp in the sycamore grove, the night of the Taine banquet, a hundred things that had strengthened the feeling of antagonism which marked their first meeting. And through it all, he seemed to hear Conrad Lagrange saying that in his story of life, this character's name was Sensual. The artist, in that instant, knew that this meeting was inevitable. It was only for a moment that the two men, who in their lives and characters represented forces so antagonistic, stood regarding each other, each knowing that the duel would be, must be, to the death. Deliberately, they started toward the center of the ledge. Over their heads towered the great cliff. 1,000 feet below were the tops of the trees in the bottom of the gorge. About them, on every hand, the silent, mighty hills watched, the wild and lonely wilderness waited. As they drew closer together, they moved as wrestlers, warily, crouching, silent, alert. Stripped to their shirts and trousers, they were both splendid physical types. James Rutlidge was the heavier, but Aaron King made up for his lack in weight by a more clean-cut, muscular firmness. They grappled. As two primitive men in a savage age might have met, bare-handed, they came together. Locked in each other's arms, their limbs entwined, with set faces, tugging muscles, straining sinews, and taut nerves, they struggled. One moment they crushed against the rocky wall of the cliff, the next, and they swayed toward the edge of the ledge, and hung over the dizzy precipice. With pounding hearts, laboring breath, and clenched teeth they wrestled. James Rutlidge's foot slipped on the rocky floor, but with a desperate effort he regained his momentary loss. Aaron King, worn by his days of anxiety, by his sleepless nights and by the long hours of toil over the mountains, without sufficient food or rest, felt his strength going. Slowly the weight and endurance of the heavier man told against him. James Rutlidge felt it, and his eyes were beginning to blaze with savage triumph. They were breathing now, with hoarse, sobbing gasps that told of the nearness of the finish. Slowly, Aaron King weakened. Rutlidge, spurred to increase his effort, and exerting every ounce of his strength, was bearing the other downward and back. At that instant, the convict and Sibyl Andrés reached the cliff. With a cry of horror, the girl stood as though turned to stone. Motionless, without a word, the convict watched the struggling men. With a sob, the girl stretched forth her hands. In a low voice, she called, "Aaron! Aaron! Aaron!" The two men on the ledge heard nothing, saw nothing. Sibyl spoke again, almost in a whisper, but her companion heard. "Mr. Marston! Mr. Marston, it is Aaron King. I love him. I love him." Without taking his eyes from the struggling men, the convict answered, "Pray, girl. Pray, pray for me." As he spoke, he steadily raised his rifle to his shoulder. Aaron King went down upon one knee. Rutlidge, his legs braced, his body inclined toward the edge of the precipice, was gathering his strength for the last triumphant effort. The convict, looking along his steady rifle barrel, was saying again, "Pray, pray for me, girl." As the words left his lips, his finger pressed the trigger, and the quiet of the hills was broken by the sharp crack of the rifle. James Rutlidge's hold upon the artist slipped. For a fraction of a second, his form half straightened, and he stood nearly erect. Then, as a weed cut by the sharp scythe of a mower falls, he fell, his body whirling downward toward the trees and rocks below. The sound of the crashing branches mingled with the reverberating report of the shot. On the ledge, Aaron King lay still. The convict dropped his rifle and ran forward. Lifting the unconscious man in his arms, he carried him a little way down the mountain toward the cabin, where he laid him gently on the ground. To Sibyl, who hung over the artist in an agony of loving fear, he said hurriedly, "He'll be all right presently, Miss Andrés. I'll fetch his hat and coat." Running back to the ledge, he caught up the dead man's rifle, coat, and hat, and threw them over the precipice as he swiftly crossed for the artist's things. Recovering his own rifle, he ran back to the girl. "Listen, Miss Andrés," said the convict, speaking quickly. "Mr. King will be all right in a few minutes. That rifle shot will likely bring his friends. If not, you are safe, now, anyway. I dare not take chances. Good bye." From where she sat, with the unconscious man's head in her lap, she looked at him wonderingly. "Good bye?" she repeated questioningly. Henry Marston smiled grimly. "Certainly, good bye. What else is there for me?" A moment later, she saw him running swiftly down the mountainside, like some hunted creature of the wilderness. Chapter 38. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 39 of The Eyes of the World by Harold Bell Wright. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 39. The Better Way. Alone on the mountainside, with the man who had awakened the pure passion of her woman heart, Sibyl Andrés bent over the unconscious object of her love. She saw his face, unshaven, grimy with the dirt of the trail and the sweat of the fight, drawn and thin with the mental torture that had driven him beyond the limit of his physical strength. She saw how his clothing was stained and torn by contact with sharp rocks and thorns and bushes. She saw his hands, the hands that she had watched at their work upon her portrait as she stood among the roses, cut and bruised, caked with blood and dirt, and, seeing these things, she understood. In that brief moment, when she had watched Aaron King in the struggle upon the ledge, and knowing that he was fighting for her, had realized her love for him, all that Mrs. Taine had said to her in the studio was swept away. The cruel falsehoods, the heartless misrepresentations, the vile accusations that had caused her to seek the refuge of the mountains and the protection of her childhood friends, were, in the blaze of her awakened passion, burned to ashes. Her cry to the convict, "I love him," was more than an expression of her love. It was a triumphant assertion of her belief in his love for her. It was her answer to the evil, seeing world that could not comprehend their fellowship. As the life within the man forced him slowly toward consciousness, the girl, natural as always in the full expression of herself, bent over him with tender solicitude. With endearing words, she kissed his brow, his hair, his hands. She called his name in tones of affection. "Aaron, Aaron, Aaron." But when she saw that he was about to awake, she deftly slipped off her jacket and, placing it under his head, drew a little back. He opened his eyes and looked wonderingly up at the dark pines that clothed the mountain sides. His lips moved, and she heard her name. "Sibyl, Sibyl." She leaned forward eagerly, her cheeks glowing with color. "Yes, Mr. King." "Am I dreaming, again?" he said slowly, gazing at her as though struggling to command his senses. "No, Mr. King," she answered cheerily. "You are not dreaming." Carefully, as one striving to follow a thread of thought in a bewildering tangle of events, he went over the hours just past. "I was up on that peak where you and I ate lunch the day you tried to make me see the Golden State Limited coming down from the pass. Brian Oakley sent me there to watch for buzzards." For a moment, he turned away his face, then continued. "I saw flashes of light in Fairlands and on Granite Peak. I left a note for Brian, and came over the range. I spent one night on the way. I found tracks on the peak. There were two, a man and a woman. I followed them to a ledge of rock at the head of the canyon." He paused. Thus far, the thread of his thought was clear. "Did some one stop me? Was there a fight? Or is that part of my dream?" "No," she said softly. "That is not part of your dream." "And it was James Rutlidge who stopped me, as I was going to you?" "Yes." "Then where" with quick energy, he sat up and grasped his arm. "My God, Sibyl! Miss Andrés, did I " He could not finish the sentence, but sank back, overcome with emotion. The girl spoke quickly, with a clear, insistent voice that rallied his mind and forced him to command himself. "Think, Mr. King, think. Do you remember nothing more? You were struggling, your strength was going. Can't you remember? You must, you must." Lifting his face, he looked at her. "Was there a rifle shot?" he asked slowly. "It seems to me that something in my brain snapped, and everything went black. Was there a rifle shot?" "Yes," she answered. "And I did not? I did not? No, you did not kill James Rutlidge. He would have killed you, but for the shot that you heard." "And Rutlidge is " "He is dead," she answered simply. "But who?" Briefly, she told him the story, from the time that she had met Mrs. Taine in the studio, until the convict had left her, a few minutes before. "And now," she finished, rising quickly, "we must go down to the cabin. There is food there you must be nearly starved. I will cook supper for you, and when you have had a night's sleep, we will start home." "But first," he said, as he rose to his feet and stood before her, "I must tell you something. I should have told you before, but I was waiting until I thought you were ready to hear. I wonder if you know. I wonder if you are ready to hear now." She looked at him frankly in the eyes as she answered, "Yes, I know what you want to tell me. But don't tell me here." She shuddered, and the man, remembering the dead body that lay at the foot of the cliff, understood. "Wait," she said, "until we are home." "And you will come to me when you are ready? When you want me to tell you?" he said. "Yes," she answered softly. "I will go to you when I am ready." At the cabin in the gulch, the girl hastened to prepare a substantial meal. There was no one now to fear that the smoke would be seen. Later, with cedar boughs and blankets, she made a bed for him on the floor near the fireplace. When he would have helped her, she forbade him, saying that he was her guest and that he must rest to be ready for the homeward trip. Slowly, the day slipped away over the mountain peaks and ridges that shut them in. Softly, the darkness of the night settled down. In the rude little hut, in the lonely gulch, the man and the woman whose lives were flowing together as two converging streams, sat by the fire where the night before the convict had told that girl his story. Very early, Sibyl insisted that her companion lie down to sleep upon the bed she had made. When he protested, she answered, laughing, "Very well, then, but you will be obliged to sit up alone." And, with a "good night," she retired to her own bed in another corner of the cabin. Once or twice he spoke to her, but when she did not answer, he lay down upon his woodland couch, and in a few minutes was fast asleep. In the dim light of the embers, the girl slipped from her bed, and stole quietly across the room to the fireplace to lay another stick of wood upon the glowing coals. A moment she stood in the ruddy light, looking toward the sleeping man. Then, without a sound, she stole to his side, and kneeling, softly touched his forehead with her lips. As silently, she crept back to her couch. All that afternoon, Brian Oakley had been following with trained eyes the faintly marked trail of the man whose dead body was lying now at the foot of the cliff. When the darkness came, the mountaineer ate a cold supper, and, under a rude shelter quickly improvised by his skill in woodcraft, slept beside the trail. Near the head of Clear Creek, Jack Carleton, on his way to Granite Peak, rolled in his blanket under the pines. Somewhere in the night, the man who had saved Sibyl Andrés and Aaron King, each for the other, fled like a fearful hunted thing. At daybreak, Sibyl was up, preparing their breakfast. But so quietly did she move about her homely task that the artist did not awake. When the meal was ready, she called him, and he sprang to his feet, declaring that he felt himself a new man. Breakfast over, they set out at once. When they came to the cliff at the head of the gulch, the girl halted and, shrinking back, covered her face with trembling hands, afraid, for the first time in her life, to set foot upon a mountain trail. Gently, her companion led her across the ledge and a little way back from the rim of the gorge on the other side. 5 minutes later, they heard a shout and saw Brian Oakley coming toward them. Laughing and crying, Sibyl ran to meet him, and the mountaineer, who had so many times looked death in the face, afraid and unmoved, wept like a child as he held the girl in his arms. When Sibyl and Aaron had related briefly the events that led up to their meeting with the Ranger, and he in turn had told them how he had followed the track of the automobile, and finding the hidden supplies had followed the trail of James Rutlidge from that point, the officer asked the girl several questions. Then, for a little while, he was silent, while they, guessing his thoughts, did not interrupt. Finally, he said, "Jack is due at Granite Peak sometime about noon. He'll have his horse, and with Sibyl riding, will make it back down to the head of Clear Creek by dark. You young folks just wait for me here a little. I want to look around below there a bit." As he started toward the gulch, Sibyl sprang to her feet and threw herself into his arms. "No, no, Brian Oakley, you shall not! You shall not do it!" Holding her close, the Ranger looked down into her pleading eyes, smilingly. "And what do you think I am going to do, girlie?" "You are going down there to pick up the trail of the man who saved Aaron who saved me. But you shall not do it! I don't care if you are an officer and he is an escaped convict. I will not let you do anything that might lead to his capture." "God bless you, child," answered Brian Oakley. "The only escaped convict I know anything about, this last year, according to my belief, died somewhere in the mountains. If you don't believe it, look up my official reports on the matter." "And you're not going to find which way he went?" "Listen, Sibyl," said the Ranger gravely. "The disappearance of James Rutlidge, prominent as he was, will be heralded from one end of the world to the other. The newspapers will make the most of it. The search is sure to be carried into these hills, for that automobile trip of the night will not go unquestioned, and Sheriff Walters knows too much of my suspicions. In a few days, the body will be safely past recognition, even should it be discovered through the buzzards. But I can't take chances of anything durable being found to identify the man who fell over the cliff." When he returned to them 2 hours later, he said quietly, "It's a mighty good thing I went down. It wasn't a nice job, but I feel better. We can forget it now, with perfect safety. Remember," he charged them impressively, "even to Myra Willard and Conrad Lagrange, the story must be only that an unknown man took you, Sibyl, from your horse. The man escaped when Aaron found you. We'll let the sheriff, or whoever can, solve the mystery of that automobile and Jim Rutlidge's disappearance." A half mile from Gannett Peak, they met Jack Carleton, and, by dark, as Brian Oakley had said, were safely down to the head of Clear Creek, having come by routes known to the Ranger that were easier and shorter than the roundabout way followed by the convict and the girl. It was just past midnight when the three friends parted from young Carleton and crossed the canyon to Sibyl's old home. Chapter 39. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 40 of The Eyes of the World by Harold Bell Wright. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 40. Facing the Truth. As Brian Oakley had predicted, the disappearance of James Rutlidge occupied columns in the newspapers from coast to coast. In every article he was headlined as a distinguished citizen, a famous critic, a prominent figure in the world of art, one of the greatest living authorities, leader in the modern school, of powerful influence upon the artistic production of the age. The story of the unknown mountain girl's abduction and escape was a news item of a single day. But the disappearance of James Rutlidge kept the press busy for weeks. It may be dismissed here with the simple statement that the mystery has never been solved. Of the unknown man who had taken Sibyl away into the mountains, and who had escaped, the world has never heard. Of the convict who died but did not die in the hills, the world knows nothing. That is, the world knows nothing of the man in this connection. But Aaron and Sibyl, some years later, knew what became of Henry Marston, which does not at all belong to this story. Upon his return with Conrad Lagrange to their home in the orange groves, Aaron King plunged into his work with a purpose very different from the motive that had prompted him when he first took up his brushes in the studio that looked out upon the mountains and the rose garden. Day after day, as he gave himself to his great picture, The Feast of Materialism, he knew the joy of the worker who, in his art, surrenders himself to a noble purpose, a joy that is very different from the light, passing pleasure that comes from the mere exercise of technical skill. The artist did not, now, need to drive himself to his task, as the begging musician on the street corner forces himself to play to the passing crowd for the pennies that are dropped in his tin cup. Rather was he driven by the conviction of a great truth, and by the realization of its woeful need in the world, to such adequate expression as his mastery of the tools of his craft would permit. He was not, now, the slave of his technical knowledge, striving to produce a something that should be merely technically good. He was a master, compelling the medium of his art to serve him, as he, in turn, was compelled to serve the truth that had mastered him. Sometimes, with Conrad Lagrange, he went for an evening hour to the little house next door. Sometimes Sibyl and Myra Willard would drop in at the studio in the afternoon. The girl never, now, came alone. But every day, as the artist worked, the music of her violin came to him out of the orange grove, with its message from the hills. And the painter at his easel, reading aright the message, worked and waited, knowing surely that, when she was ready, she would come. Letters from Mrs. Taine were frequent. Aaron King, reading them, nearly always under the quizzing eyes of Conrad Lagrange, whose custom it was to bring the daily mail, carefully tore them into little pieces
and dropped them into the wastebasket without comment. Once the novelist asked with mock gravity, "Have you no thought for the day of judgment, young man? Do you not know that your sins will surely find you out?" The artist laughed. "It is so written in the law, I believe." The other continued solemnly, "Your recklessness is only hastening the end. If you don't answer those letters, you will be forced shortly to meet the consequences face to face." "I suppose so," returned the painter indifferently. "But I have my answer ready, you know." "You mean that portrait?" "Yes." The novelist laughed grimly. "I think it will do the trick, but believe me, there will be consequences." The artist was in his studio, at work upon the big picture, when Mrs. Taine called the day of her return to Fairlands. It was well on in the afternoon. Conrad Lagrange and Czar had started for a walk, but had gone, as usual, only as far as the neighboring house. Yee Kee, meeting Mrs. Taine at the door, explained doubtfully that the artist was at his work. He would go tell Mr. King that Mrs. Taine was here. "Never mind, Kee, I will tell him myself," she answered, and before the Chinaman could protest, she was on her way to the studio. "Damn," said the Celestial eloquently, and retired to his kitchen to ruminate upon the ways of Melican women. Mrs. Taine pushed open the door of the studio so quietly that the painter, standing at his easel and engrossed with his work, did not notice her presence. For several moments, the woman stood watching him, paying no heed to the picture, seeing only the man. When he did not look around, she said, "Are you too busy to even look at me?" With an exclamation, he faced her; then as quickly turned again, with hand outstretched to draw the easel curtain. But as though obeying a second thought that came quickly upon the heels of the first impulse, he did not complete the movement. Instead, he laid his palette and brushes beside his color box, and greeted her with, "How do you do, Mrs. Taine? When did you return to Fairlands? Is Miss Taine with you?" "Louise is abroad," she answered. I preferred California. I arrived this afternoon." She went a step toward him. You don't seem very glad to see me." The painter colored, but she continued impulsively, without waiting for his reply. "If you only knew all that I have been doing for you the wires I have pulled the influences I have interested the critics and newspaper men that I have talked to. Of course, I couldn't do anything in a large public way, so soon after Mr. Taine's death, you know. But I have been busy, just the same, and everything is fixed. When our picture is exhibited next season, you will find yourself not only a famous painter, but a social success as well." She paused. When he still did not speak, she went on with an air of troubled sadness. "I do miss Jim's help, though. Isn't it frightful, the way he disappeared? Where do you suppose he is? I won't believe that anything has happened to him. It's all just one of his schemes to get himself talked about. You'll see that he will appear again, safe and sound, when the papers stop filling their columns about him. I know Jim Rutlidge too well." Aaron King thought of those bones, picked bare by the carrion birds at the foot of the cliff. "It seems to be one of the mysteries of the day," he said. "Commonplace enough, no doubt, if one only had the key to it." Mrs. Taine had evidently not been in Fairlands long enough to hear the story of Sibyl's disappearance, for which the artist mentally gave thanks. "I am glad for one thing," continued the woman, her mind intent upon the main purpose of her call. "Jim had already written a splendid criticism of your picture, before he went away, and I have it. All this newspaper talk about him will only help to attract attention to what he has said about you. They are saying such nice things of him and his devotion to art, you know. It is all bound to help you." She waited for his approval, and for some expression of his gratitude. "I fear, Mrs. Taine," he said slowly, "that you are making a mistake." She laughed nervously and answered with forced gaiety, "Not me. I'm too old a hand at the game not to know just how far I dare and dare not go." "I do not mean that," he returned. "I mean that I cannot do my part. I fear you are mistaken in me." Again she laughed. "What nonsense! I like for you to be modest, of course. That will be one of your greatest charms. But if you are worried about the quality of your work, forget it, my dear boy. Once I have made you the rage, No one will stop to think whether your pictures are good or bad. The art is not in what you do, but in how you get it before the world. Ask Conrad Lagrange if I am not right." "As to that," returned the artist, "Mr. Lagrange agrees with you perfectly." "But what is this that you are doing now? Will it be ready for the exhibition, too?" She looked past him at the big canvas, and he, watching her curiously, stepped aside. Parts of the picture were little more than sketched in, but still, line and color spoke with accusing truth the spirit of the company that had gathered at the banquet in the home on Fairlands Heights the night of Mr. Taine's death. The figures were not portraits, it is true, but they expressed with striking fidelity the lives and characters of those who had, that night, been assembled by Mrs. Taine to meet the artist. The figure in the picture, standing with uplifted glass and drunken pose at the head of the table, with bestial, lust-worn face, disease-shrunken limbs, and dying, licentious eyes fixed upon the beautiful girl musician, might easily have been Mr. Taine himself. The distinguished writers and critics, the representatives of the social world and of wealth, Conrad Lagrange with cold, cynical, mocking smile, Mrs. Taine with her pretense of modest dress that only emphasized her immodesty, and in the midst of the unclean-minded crew, the lovely innocence and the unconscious purity of the mountain girl with her violin, offering to them that which they were incapable of receiving, it was all there upon the canvas as the artist had seen it that night. The picture cried aloud the intellectual degradation and the spiritual depravity of that class who, arrogating to themselves the authority of leaders in culture and art, by their approval and patronage of dangerous falsehood and sham in picture or story, made possible such characters as James Rutlidge. Aaron King, watching Mrs. Taine as she looked at the picture on the easel, saw a look of doubt and uncertainty come over her face. Once she turned toward him as if to speak, but without a word looked again at the canvas. She seemed perplexed and puzzled, as though she caught glimpses of something in the picture that she did not rightly understand. Then, as she looked, her eyes kindled with contemptuous scorn, and there was a pronounced sneer in her cold tones as she said,
"Really, I don't believe I care for you to do this sort of thing."
She laughed shortly. "It reminds one a little of that dinner at our house, don't you think? It's the girl with the violin, I suppose."
"There are no portraits in it, Mrs. Taine," said the artist quietly.
"No? Well, I think you'd better stick to your portraits. This is a great picture, though," she admitted thoughtfully. It grips you so. I can't seem to get away from it. I can see that it will create a sensation, but just the same, I don't like it. It's not nice, like your portrait of me. By the way," and she turned eagerly from the big canvas as though glad to escape a distasteful subject, "do you remember that I have never seen my picture yet? Where do you keep it?" The painter indicated another easel, near the one upon which he was at work. "It is there, Mrs. Taine." "Oh?" she asked with a pleased smile. "You keep it on the easel still." Playfully, she added, "Do you look at it often, that you have it so handy?"
"Yes," said the artist. "I must admit that I have looked at it frequently." He did not explain why he looked at her portrait while he was working upon the larger picture.
"How nice of you," she answered. "Please let me see it now. I remember when you wanted to repaint it, you said you would put on the canvas just what you thought of me. Have you, I wonder?"
"I would rather that you judge for yourself, Mrs. Taine," he answered, and drew the curtain that hid the painting. As the woman looked upon the portrait of herself, into which Aaron King had painted, with all the skill at his command, everything that he had seen in her face as she posed for him, she stood a moment as though stunned. Then, with a gesture of horror and shame, she shrank back, as though the painted thing accused her of being what, indeed, she really was. Turning to the artist imploringly, she whispered, is it true? Am I that?" Aaron King, remembering how she had sent the girl he loved so nearly to a shameful end, and thinking of those bones at the foot of the cliff, answered justly,
"At least, madam, there is more truth in that picture than in the things you said to Miss Andrés, here in this room, the day you left Fairlands."
Her face went white with quick rage, but controlling herself, she said,
And where is the picture of your mistress?"
I should like to see it again, please.
"Gladly, madam," returned the artist. "Because you are a woman, it is the only answer I can make to your charge, which, permit me to say, is as false as that portrait of you is true." Quickly, he pushed another easel to a position beside the one that held Mrs. Taine's portrait, and drew the curtain. The effect, for a moment, silenced even Mrs. Taine, but only for a moment. A character that is the product of certain years of schooling in the thought and spirit of the class in which Mrs. Taine belonged, is not transformed by a single exhibition of painted truth. From the two portraits, the woman turned to the larger canvas. Then she faced the artist. "You fool!" she said with bitter rage. "Oh, you fool! Do you think that you will ever be permitted to exhibit such trash as this?" She waved her hand to include the three paintings. "Do you think that I am going to drag you up the ladder of social position to fame and to wealth for such reward as that?" She singled out her own portrait. "Bah! You are impossible, impossible! I have been mad to think that I could make anything out of you. As for your idiotic claim that you have painted the truth," she seized a large palette knife that lay with the artist's tools upon the table, and springing to her portrait, hacked and mutilated the canvas. The artist stood motionless, making no effort to stop her. When the picture was utterly defaced, she threw it at his feet.
That for your truth, Mr. King."
With a quick motion, she turned toward the other portrait. But the artist, who had guessed her purpose, caught her hand. "That picture was yours, madam. This one is mine." There was a significant ring of triumph in his voice. Neither Aaron King nor Mrs. Taine had noticed three people who had entered the rose garden from the orange grove through the little gate in the corner of the hedge. Conrad Lagrange, Myra Willard, and Sibyl were going to the studio, deliberately bent upon interrupting the artist at his work. They sometimes, as Conrad Lagrange put it, made thus a life-saving crew of three, dragging the painter to safety when the waves of inspiration were about to overwhelm him. Czar, of course, took an active part in these rescues. As the three friends approached the trellised arch that opened from the garden into the yard a few feet from the studio door, the sound of Mrs. Taine's angry voice came clearly through the open window. Conrad Lagrange stopped. "Evidently Mr. King has company," he said dryly. "It is Mrs. Taine, is it not?" asked Sibyl quietly, recognizing the woman's voice. "Yes," answered the novelist. The woman with the disfigured face said hurriedly, "Come, Sibyl, we must go back. We will not disturb Mr. King now, Mr. Lagrange. You two come over this evening." They saw her face white and frightened. "I believe I'll go back with you, if you don't mind," returned Conrad Lagrange with his twisted grin. "I don't think I want any of that in there, either." To the dog who was moving toward the studio door, he added, "Here, Czar, you mustn't interrupt the lady. You're not in her class." They were moving away when Mrs. Taine's voice came again, clearly and distinctly, through the window. "Oh, very well. I wish you joy of your possession. I promise you, though, that the world shall never hear of this portrait of your mistress. If you dare try to exhibit it, I shall see that the people to whom you must look for your patronage know how you found the original, an innocent mountain girl, and brought her to your studio to live with you. Fairlands has already talked enough, but my influence has prevented it from going too far. You may be very sure that from now on I shall not exert myself to deny it." The artist's friends in the rose garden, again, stopped involuntarily. Sibyl uttered a low exclamation. Conrad Lagrange looked at Myra Willard. "I think," he said in a low tone, "that the time has come. Can you do it?" "Yes, I must," returned the woman. She spoke to the girl, who, being a little in advance, had not heard the novelist's words. "Sibyl, dear, will you go on home, please? Mr. Lagrange will stay with me. I will join you presently." At a look from Conrad Lagrange, the girl obeyed. "Go with Sibyl, Czar," said the novelist. And the girl and the dog went quickly away through the garden. In the studio, Aaron King gazed at the angry woman in amazement. "Mrs. Taine," he said with quiet dignity, "I must tell you that I hope to make Miss Andrés my wife." She laughed harshly. And what has that to do with it?"
"I thought that if you knew, it might help you to understand the situation," he answered simply.
"I understand the situation very well," she retorted, "but you do not appear to. The situation is this. I was interested in you as an artist. I, because my position in the world enabled me to help you, commissioned you to paint my portrait. You are unknown, with no name, no place in the world. I could have given you success. I could have introduced you to the people that you must know if you are to succeed. My influence would ensure you a favorable reception from those who would make the reputations of men like you. I could have made you the rage. I could have made you famous. And now?" "Now," he said calmly, "you will exert your influence to hinder me in my work. Because I have not pleased you, you will use whatever power you have to ruin me. Is that what you mean, Mrs. Taine?" "You have made your choice. You must take the consequences," she replied coldly, and turned to leave the studio. In the doorway stood the woman with the disfigured face. Conrad Lagrange stood near. Chapter 40. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 41 of The Eyes of the World by Harold Bell Wright. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 41. Marks of the Beast. When Mrs. Taine would have passed out of the studio, the woman with the disfigured face said, "Wait, madame. I must speak to you." Aaron King recalled that strange scene at the depot the day of his arrival in Fairlands. "I have nothing to say to you," returned Mrs. Taine coldly. "Stand aside, please." But Conrad Lagrange quietly closed the door. "I think, Mrs. Taine," he remarked dryly, "that you will be interested in what Miss Willard has to say." "Oh, very well," returned the other, making the best of the situation. "Evidently you heard what I just said to your protege." The novelist answered, "We did. Accept my compliments, madam. You did it very nicely." "Thanks," she retorted. "I see you still play your role of protector. You might tell your charge whether or not I am mistaken as to the probable result of his artistic conscientiousness." "Mr. King knows that you are not. You have, indeed, put the situation rather mildly. It is a sad fact, but nevertheless a fact that the noblest work is often forced to remain unrecognized and unknown to the world by the same methods that are used to exalt the unworthy. You undoubtedly have the power of which you boast, Mrs. Taine, but" "But what?" she said triumphantly. "You think I will hesitate to use my influence?" "I know you will not use it in this case," came the unexpected answer. She laughed mockingly. "And why not? What will prevent?" "The one thing on earth that you fear, madame," answered Conrad Lagrange. "The eyes of the world." Aaron King listened, amazed. "I don't think I understand," said Mrs. Taine coldly. "No, that is what Miss Willard proposes to explain," returned the novelist. She turned haughtily toward the woman with the disfigured face. "What can this poor creature say to anything I propose?" Myra Willard answered gently, sadly, "Have you no kindness, no sympathy at all, madame? Is there nothing but cruel selfishness in your heart?" "You are insolent," retorted the other sharply. "Say what you have to say and be brief." Myra Willard drew close to the woman and looked long and searchingly into her face. The other returned her gaze with contemptuous indifference. "I have been sorry for you," said Myra Willard slowly. "I have not wished to speak, but I know what you said to Sibyl, here in the studio. And I overheard what you said to Mr. King, a few minutes ago. I cannot keep silent." "Proceed," said Mrs. Taine shortly. "Say what you have to say and be done with it." Myra Willard obeyed. "Mrs. Taine, 26 years ago, your guardian, the father of James Rutlidge, won the love of a young girl. It does not matter who she was. She was beautiful and innocent. That was her misfortune. Beauty and innocence often bring pain and sorrow, madame, in a world where there are too many men like Mr. Rutlidge and his son. The girl thought the man she did not know him by his real name her lover. She thought that he became her husband. A baby was born to the girl who believed herself a wife, and the young mother was happy. For a short time, she was very happy. Then, the awakening came. The girl mother was holding her baby to her breast and singing as happy mothers do, when a strange woman appeared in the open door of the room. She was a beautiful woman, richly dressed, but her face was distorted with passion. The young mother did not understand. She did not know, then, that the woman was Mrs. Rutlidge, the true wife of the father of her child. She knew that afterward. The woman in the doorway lifted her hand as though to throw something, and the mother instinctively bowed her head to shield her baby. Then something burned like fire struck her face and neck. She screamed in agony and fainted. The rest of the story does not matter, I think. The injured mother was taken to the hospital. When she recovered, she learned that Mrs. Rutlidge was dead a suicide. Later, Mr. Rutlidge took the baby to raise as his ward, telling the world that the child was the daughter of a relative who had died at its birth. You must understand that when the disfigured mother of the baby came to know the truth, she believed that it would be better for the little one if the facts of its birth were never known. The wealthy Mr. Rutlidge could give his ward every advantage of culture and social position. The child would grow to womanhood with no stain upon her name. Because she felt she owed her baby this, the only thing that she could give her, the mother consented and disappeared. Madame, finished Myra Willard slowly, a little of the acid that burned that mother's face fell upon the shoulder of her illegitimate baby. God! Exclaimed the artist. Throughout Myra Willard's story, Mrs. Taine stood like a woman of stone. At the end, she gazed at the woman's disfigured face as though fascinated with horror, while her hands moved to finger the buttons of her dress. Unconscious of what she was doing, as though under some strange spell, without removing her gaze from Myra Willard's marred features, she opened the waist of her dress and bared to them her right shoulder. It was marked by a broad scar, like the scars that disfigured the face of her mother. Myra Willard started forward, impelled by the mother instinct. My baby, my poor, poor girl. The words broke the spell. Drawing back with an air of cold, unconquerable pride, the woman looked at Conrad Lagrange. "And now," she said as she swiftly rearranged her dress, "perhaps you will be good enough to tell me why you have done this." Myra Willard turned away to sink into a chair, white and trembling. Aaron King stepped quickly to her side, and placing his hand gently on her shoulder, waited for the novelist to speak. "Miss Willard told you this story because I asked her to," said Conrad Lagrange. "I asked her to tell you because it gives me the power to protect the two people who are dearer to me than all the world." "Still in role of your protector, I see," sneered Mrs. Taine. "Exactly, madam. It happens that I was a reporter on a certain newspaper when the incidents just related occurred. I wrote the story for the press. In fact, it was the story that gave me my start in yellow journalism, from which I graduated the novelist of your acquaintance. I know the newspaper game thoroughly, Mrs. Taine. I know the truth of this story that you have just heard. Permit me to say that I know how to write in the approved newspaper style, and to add that my name ensures a wide hearing. Proceed to carry out your threats, and I promise you that I will give this attractive bit of news, in all its colorful details, to every newspaper in the land. Can't you see the headlines? Startling revelation! The secret of the beautiful Mrs. Taine's shoulders! Why a leader in the social world makes modesty her fad! The parentage of a social leader. Do you understand, madam? Use your influence to interfere with or to hinder Mr. King in his work, or fail to use your influence to contradict the lies you have already started about the character of Miss Andrés, and I will use the influence of my pen and the prestige of my name to put you before the eyes of the world for what you are." For a moment, the woman looked at him defiantly. Then, as she grasped the full significance of what he had said, she slowly bowed her head.
Conrad Lagrange opened the door. As she went out, the woman with the disfigured face started forward, holding out her hands appealingly. Mrs. Taine did not look back, but went quickly toward the big automobile that was waiting in front of the house. Chapter 41. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 42 of The Eyes of the World by Harold Bell Wright. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 42. Aaron King's Success. The winter months were past. Aaron King was sitting before his finished picture. The colors were still fresh upon the canvas that, today, hangs in an honored place in one of the great galleries of the world. To the last careful touch, the artist had put into his painted message the best he had to give. Back of every line and brush stroke, there was the deep conviction of a worthy motive. For an hour he had been sitting there before the easel, brush and palette in hand, without touching the canvas. He could do no more. Laying aside his tools, he went to his desk and took from the drawer that package of his mother's letters. He pushed a deep armchair in front of his picture and again seated himself. As he read letter after letter, he lifted his eyes at almost every sentence from the written pages to his work. It was as though he were submitting his picture to a final test, as indeed he was. He had reached the last letter when Conrad Lagrange entered the studio, Czar at his heels. Every day, while the picture was growing under the artist's hand, his friend had watched it take on beauty and power. He did not need to speak of the finished painting, now. "Well, lad," he said, "the old letters again?" The artist, caressing the dog's silky head as it was thrust against his knee, answered, "Yes, I finished the picture 2 hours ago. I have been having a private exhibition all on my own hook. Listen." From the letter in his hand, he read, "It is right for you to be ambitious, my son. I would not have you otherwise. Without a strong desire to reach some height that in distance lifts above the level of the present, a man becomes a laggard on the highway of life, a mere loafer by the wayside, slothful, indolent, slipping easily, as the years go, into the most despicable of places, the place of a human parasite that, contributing nothing to the wealth of the race, feeds upon the strength of the multitude of toilers who pass him by. But ambition, my boy, is like to all the other gifts that lead men Godward. It must be a noble ambition, nobly controlled. A mere striving for place and power, without a saving sense of the responsibility conferred by that place and power, is ignoble. Such an ambition, I know, as you will some day come to understand, is not a blessing but a curse. It is the curse from which our age is suffering sorely, and which, if it not be lifted, will continue to vitiate the strength and poison the life of the race. Because I would have your ambition a safe and worthy ambition, Aaron, I ask that this supreme and final test of any work that comes from your hand may be this: that it satisfy you, yourself; that you may not be ashamed to sit down alone with your work and thus to look it squarely in the face. Not critics, nor authorities, not popular opinion, not even law or religion may be the court of final appeal when you are, by what you do, brought to bar, but by you, yourself, the judgment must be rendered. And this, too, is true, my son. By that judgment, and that judgment alone, you will truly live, or you will truly die." And that, said the novelist, so famous in the eyes of the world, so infamous in his own sight, and that is what she tried to make me believe when she and I were young together. But I would not. I would not accept it. I thought if I could win fame that she " He checked himself suddenly. "But you have led me to accept it, old man," cried the artist heartily. "You have opened my eyes. You have helped me to understand my mother as I never could have understood her alone." Conrad Lagrange smiled. "Perhaps," he admitted whimsically. "No doubt good may sometimes be accomplished
by the presentation of a horrible example. But go on with your private exhibition. I'll not keep you longer. Come, Czar." In spite of the artist's protests, he left the studio. While the painter was putting away his letters, the novelist and the dog went through the rose garden and the orange grove, straight to the little house next door. They walked as though on a definite mission. Sibyl and Myra Willard were sitting on the porch. "Howdy, neighbor," called the girl, as the tall, ungainly form of the famous novelist appeared. "You seem to be the bearer of news. What is the latest word from the seat of war?" "It is finished," said Conrad Lagrange, returning Myra's gentle greeting, and accepting the chair that Sibyl offered. "The picture?" said the girl eagerly, a quick color flushing her cheeks. "Is the picture finished?" "Finished," returned the artist. "I just left him mooning over it like a mother over a brand new baby." They laughed together, and when, a moment later, the girl slipped into the house and did not return, the woman with the disfigured face and the famous novelist looked at each other with smiling eyes. When Czar, with sudden interest, started around the corner of the house, his master said suggestively, "Czar, you'd better stay here with the old folks." Passing through the house and out of the kitchen door, Sibyl ran lightly through the orange grove to the little gate in the corner of the Ragged Robin hedge. A moment she paused, hesitating, then stealing cautiously into the rose garden, she darted in quick flight to the shelter of the arbor, where she parted the screen of vines to gain a view of the studio. Between the big north window and the window that opened into the garden, she saw the artist. She saw, too, the big canvas upon the easel. But Aaron King was not, now, looking at his work just finished. He was sitting before that other picture, into which he had unconsciously painted not only the truth that he saw in the winsome loveliness of the girl who posed for him with outstretched hands among the roses, but his love for her as well. With a low laugh, Sibyl drew back. Swiftly, as she reached the arbor, she crossed the garden, and a moment later paused at the studio door. Again she hesitated. Then gently, so gently that the artist, lost in his dreams, did not hear, she opened the door. For a little, she stood watching him. Softly, she took a few steps toward him. The artist, as though sensing her presence, started and looked around. She was standing as she stood in the picture, her hands outstretched, a smile of welcome on her lips, the light of gladness in her eyes. As he rose from his chair before the easel, she went to him. Not many days later, there was a quiet wedding at Sibyl's old home in the hills. Besides the two young people and the clergyman, only Brian Oakley, Mrs. Oakley, Conrad Lagrange, and Myra Willard were present. These friends who had prepared the old place for the mating ones, after a simple dinner following the ceremony, returned down the canyon to the station. Standing arm in arm, where the old road turns around the cedar thicket, and where the artist had first seen the girl, Sibyl and Aaron watched them go. From the other side of roaring Clear Creek, they turned to wave hats and handkerchiefs. The two in the shadow of the cedars answered. Czar barked joyful congratulations, and the wagon disappeared in the wilderness growth. Instead of turning back to the house behind them, the two, without speaking, as though obeying a common impulse, set out down the canyon. A little later, they stood in the old spring glade, where the alders bore still, in the smooth gray bark of their trunks, the memories of long ago lovers; where the light fell, slanting softly through the screen of leaf and branch, and vine and virgin's bower, upon the granite boulder and the crust mottled waters of the spring, as through the window traceries of a vast and quiet cathedral; and where the distant roar of the mountain stream trembled in the air like the deep tones of some great organ. Sibyl, dressed in her brown mountain costume, was sitting on the boulder when the artist said softly, "Look." Lifting her eyes as he pointed, she saw two butterflies it might almost have been the same two with zigzag flight, through the opening in the draperies of virgin's bower. With parted lips and flushed cheeks, the girl watched. Then, as the beautiful creatures, in their aerial waltz, whirled above her head, She rose, and lightly, gracefully, almost as her winged companions, accompanied them in their dance. The winged emblems of innocence and purity flitted away over the willow wall. The girl, with bright eyes and smiling lips, half laughing, half serious, looked toward her mate. He held out his arms, and she went to him. This is the end of The Eyes of the World by Harold Bell Wright. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com.